Good morning. I'm Nadeau, Chairman of the Committee on Public Works and Operations, and I am calling to order this meeting of the committee to conduct a public hearing on the District of Columbia Schools Procurement Authority Amendment Act of 2023. The time is 10:17 a.m. and today is Thursday, May 25th. The purpose of today's hearing is to discuss B25-69, the District of Columbia Public Schools Procurement Authority Amendment Act of 2023. This amendment takes away the independent procurement authority DCPS has under the law and will shift it to the Office of Contracting and Procurement. I introduced this bill with Chairman Mendelson in response to uncovering a routine failure by DCPS to submit contracts over $1 million to the council for review. Soon it became clear that this was not one or two or even three contracts that did not come to the council for review. DCPS unlawfully awarded a total of 36 contracts that were entered into without council approval, one of them even dating back to 2019. The total value of all these contracts is in excess of $269 million. That's over $250 million spent by DCPS without the council authorization required under the Home Rule Act. Simply put, this is a blatant and systemic disregard for basic procedures, the law, and the role of council, which is entitled and required by law to review these contracts. Who does it hurt? It hurts students who receive services through these contracts for school lunches, behavioral health services, and special education instruction for students with learning disabilities. It hurts teachers who rely on technology platforms to teach and execute their curriculum. It affects the employees of vendors who need to be paid for rendering services to the district. Vendors need to pay their employees too. When the council can't review or doesn't even know about big contracts that serve the school community, we can't do our due diligence. Who's getting these contracts? Are they qualified to do the work? Is the cost of services or goods fair? Did they provide quality services the last time DCPS contracted with them? We don't know. This also directly impacts DC taxpayers who have no way of knowing if their $269 million is being spent well. They trust there's a system in place where agencies and the council will follow the rules. If DCPS does not follow the rules and faces no consequences, then why should other agencies follow the law? Why does the law exist then? As the chairman has previously stated, we have no reason to believe there's anything amiss with the contracts, but we also have no reason to believe there isn't. How would we even know? I think the DCPS has shown it cannot be trusted with the responsibility of procurement authority. And so this bill takes away the independent procurement authority DCPS has under the law and will shift it to the Office of Contract and Procurement. I hope to use our time today to get to the bottom of what's going on, whether that be confusion among the agency's upper management about procurement procedure or simply a blatant disregard of that procedure. Stay tuned. Today, as we discuss this bill, we're going to get into topics such as the weaknesses in the DCPS procurement process, the retroactive contracts, which were submitted several months late, personnel changes at the agency, and a run-through of the internal review process. We will also discuss with OCP what they would need to successfully take on procurement for DCPS. I look forward to hearing from our public and government witnesses today on the procurement issues we're seeing at DCPS and getting a better understanding of whether this bill makes sense as the next steps for addressing those issues. We will be joined later by Chairman Mendelson, who I know will have questions for all of our witnesses. I'd like to now provide some logistical announcements for today's hearing. The hearing is being live streamed at brianneknadeau.com/committee. In order to ensure we hear from all witnesses from the public, I ask witnesses stick to their allotted time of 5 minutes. Witnesses are participating using Zoom Your microphones are muted and your cameras are off until it is your turn, at which point we will promote you to the panel. And if you wish to activate your video while you testify, you will click on the video button and then unmute yourself before you begin. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to David Meny, labeled as committee staff, and he will follow up with you. If you are having trouble gaining access to the Zoom and you have pre-registered, you can reach my team at 202-741-2111 or by emailing publicworks@dccouncil.gov, and they will do their best to resolve your issue. We'll now turn to our first panel of witnesses for the District of Columbia Schools. Lavanya Pateau.
Councilmember Nadeau, are you going to allow for your colleagues to make any opening statement?
Yes. While we assemble the panel, I would love to hear from you, from our at-large council member, Christina Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I know you probably couldn't see me on your screen, but thank you for holding this hearing today. This is kind of an interesting one because I think I am the only council member who has had experience actually working at DC Public Schools. It was many moons ago, but as part of the role, I actually served as the liaison for the Office of Human Capital Division to the Procurement Office. I don't actually think OHC even exists anymore, but nonetheless, when it did, so I took the PASS training, which is the system that we were using at the time for procurement. I called for quotes, I entered requisition requests, and I sometimes had to beg my colleagues to make sure we got purchase orders in time. The things we were purchasing varied from laptops for staff, materials for new teacher training, catering for professional developments, shredding for vendors, contracts with Teach for America and other large organizations. It was a lot. There was not a week that went by that I wasn't engaged in something related to procurement, even though that was not my main job activity. And having been engaged in this process, I'm aware that mistakes can happen, but the situation that led to the introduction of this bill does mean that systems and leadership broke down at central office. As you mentioned, Councilmember Nadeau, 36 contracts requiring council approval, totaling nearly $270 million, never made it to us. This is a clear example of something that deserves attention, investigation, and accountability. And I know that's not the full focus of this hearing, but it is the impetus for the proposed legislation to remove DCPS's independent procurement authority. While I am frustrated at the situation at hand, very frustrated at the situation at hand, I do not believe that the legislation is the correct path forward. It may feel good in the short term, but it will wreak havoc on our day-to-day operations for our public school system. For whatever people think about central office, in practice, it is essentially the back office support for 117 clients, our public schools, with complex needs ranging from small contracts, small procurements, toilet paper, printing paper, to large contracts, after school clients, teachers through certain programs, and then other professional development or curriculum acquisitions. At this stated point, the Office of Contracting and Procurement does not have the capacity to process the sheer volume of purchases for all of DCPS in addition to its other responsibilities. We already have agencies who complain about the time it takes to get an RFP or a requisition through OCP because they have to get in the queue. There was a time before when DCPS did not have independent procurement authority, and it wasn't great for getting books on time, for getting necessary supplies, or even for the contracting that was necessary for school modernizations. It got so bad that we ended up setting up a completely different office for that. I make absolutely no excuses for DCPS, absolutely none in terms of what led to the 36 contracts not making it to us in time. But I do believe that this legislation will only lead to more problems for our public school system. That being said, I look forward to today's discussion, as well as the discussion next week at the Committee of the Whole Roundtable to discuss what went wrong and ensure that steps are implemented to remedy any future potential procurement mistakes. Councilmember Nadeau, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to provide this statement. I'll be listening in as I head to my next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. And now we'll hear from Ward 3 Councilmember Matthew Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nadeau. I went this morning to Oyster Adams, the Adams campus, where the Deputy Secretary of Education was there to get a tour of one of the DCPS schools and was wowed. the things that are happening in many of our schools are really truly excellent. And there's a lot of work to be done, but there are many things that DCPS is doing quite well, and we want to support them. That said, everyone shares the outrage of what has happened here with the contracts that were not provided for review. All of the problems that Chairperson Nadeau listed are embedded in that. It's frightening, frankly, to think of the kind of breakdown of authority that must have happened in order for us to get to the place that we're at. I want to see this fixed. I'm not sure what's the best way to get it fixed, whether or not taking away the contracting authority is the thing that makes sense, or there's something else out there that makes more sense. I very much want to hear an explanation from DCPS. What happened here? What steps are being taken in response to it, and what kinds of procedures DCPS proposes to put in place so that something like this never happens again. Because I sincerely hope that everyone at this hearing, including the DCPS officials, share the commitment that nothing like this should ever happen again. So with that, I very much look forward to hearing from the witnesses, and thank you for convening this this hearing, Chairperson Nadeau. Thank you for putting forward your legislation, which, whether it ends up being the path that we go on or not, has to be a prompt for important remedial action, and I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Appreciate you, all your insights, and you being here today. We will now turn to our panel of public witnesses. Lavanya Puto, Zara Hashmi, and Devin Walker. Go ahead, Lavanya, when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, DC Council members and Councilmember Nadeau. I am here to testify about the ongoing inconsistencies and challenges with the DC Public Schools procurement system, which have severely impacted my company, LCP LLC, for nearly 2 years. As a minority business owner certified under the Certified Business Enterprise Program at Ward 7, I have successfully provided services to various DCPS schools since 2020. Unfortunately, inconsistencies with the DCPS procurement processes have had adverse effects on my business, leading to significant anguish and financial setbacks for my company. My concerns began in 2021 following administrative changes within DCPS procurement staffing. In the wake of my father's passing in July 2021, I reached out to schools about pending purchase orders, aiming to manage my imminent transactions efficiently. However, I was taken aback by the alarming rate of denials, non-approvals, and delays I encountered. Schools started receiving various explanations, but were never directly instructed not to use my company initially. I became aware of problems through forwarded emails and screenshots where DCPS procurement employees were actively discouraging the use of my company or suggesting alternative providers. Ultimately, some schools were told outright not to use my company, but not all schools were told this and were given the runaround about their PO statuses. My company was even sent requests for items and services from other central office departments during this time, creating even more confusion about our status. Consequently, over $80,000 in requisitions were either denied or never approved in 2021. This led to a considerable financial burden on my business and deprived Title I schools of crucial services and support. Schools that had requisitions with my company ultimately lost all of those funds as their financial reconciliation deadline passed before those funds could be reissued to their budgets. The issues I face include inconsistent and unexplained denial requisitions, despite providing all requested information and updates as per the school and procurement specialist requirements, an apparent bias against my company, possibly due to my previous employment with DCPS. This was highlighted in communication where a DCPS procurement staff member referenced my former role, which was not relevant to the services the company was providing. A lack of responsiveness from Deputy Chief Lavidia Hilton, procurement specialist, and Deputy Chief Conchita Hall in compliance, despite my persistent attempts to seek clarification, and resolutions. An ongoing review of my company that has lasted nearly 2 years, focusing solely on transactions with my company from 2021 under the guise of an audit. To this day, DCPS has not offered a resolution or conclusion. They have not responded back to any emails. These issues have greatly restricted my business operations with DCPS, limited transactions to P-card or school student account checks, and hampering my ability to provide valuable service. This situation is deeply frustrating for both my company and the schools we serve, who continue to express a desire for our services and continue to do so. Given the recent news coverage highlighting unethical practices within DCPS, including mismanagement of million-dollar contracts and unpaid vendor debts, it's imperative that these issues are addressed in a transparent and accountable manner. I previously contacted the ombudsman and officials in the Department of Small Business regarding these matters. Their attempts to reach out to DCPS on my company's behalf have been met with limited to no response, and they have suggested that I find other agencies to work with in DC due to their lack of jurisdiction over DCPS. I believe that DCPS personnel initiated retaliatory actions in response to my complaints and emails, leading to an audit focusing exclusively on my company. This has instilled fear in schools, making them apprehensive of losing funds or undergoing random audits should they choose to conduct business with my company. My last transaction with DCPS schools was February 2023, which was less than 1K in sales. Due to time constraints, I won't delve into the full emotional toll this situation has taken, attempting to sustain my business while grieving my father's loss. However, I can confirm that the near collapse of my company during the pandemic has deeply affected my mental health. I kindly request that the DC Council's assistance in resolving these issues for me and for other small businesses who may go through this. I aim to ensure businesses are not arbitrarily prevented from transacting due to personal biases, unethical partnerships, or unsubstantiated claims by DCPS employees. I am prepared to provide all relevant documentation to substantiate my claims and eager to contribute to a fair and effective procurement process within DCPS. Thank you in advance for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I will have some questions for you in just a moment. Next, we'll hear from Zara Hashmi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank everybody, and especially the council person, allowing me to speak today, even though it seems that the subject I am talking about it may not be regarding this amendment, but however, it is going to reflect the internal function of the Office of Contact and Acquisition within DCPS, that how it can be remedied so it can have a positive impact on the overall system of procurement for DC public schools. I am a senior contact specialist with DC public schools. I started on 2016 after retiring from the federal government, 34 years working with the federal government with a very successful and positive performance. And also during my work with DC Public School, as recent as of November 2020, my performance exceeded expectation. However, recently DCPS has been in Washington Post, has been the subject of the Chairperson Mendelson roundtable of February 10, 2023, and as recent as May 18, 2023, on the News 4 regarding the contracts and also unauthorized payment of the millions of dollars, and also disciplining staffs that who are working on those contracts and with the vendors and schools. Regarding my own case, I do apologize if it seems that this is not a right right meeting for me to discuss, but I do believe it will have an impact on the final decision. So I am going to present to everyone about my case. On February 9, I received an email with a letter of I have been put on administrative leave because of the unauthorized payment of $6 million for a food services contract that was submitted late to Mr. Mendelson. And the allegation that I was put on administrative leave was based on the telephone communication. I misrepresented and I told my boss that the reason for DCPS for the late submission is because OSI was late to provide the feedback on the specification for the contract. Based on this statement and allegation, I was put on administrative leave with the investigation to be done if I will be terminated. And when I answered and I told him that no, I did not make that statement, they labeled me being dishonest, presenting a dishonest information that jeopardized dignity of the DCPS and some other DC government agencies, including RC, Council's office, and etc. And as of today, I am still on administrative leave, and I do not know what the result will be to be reinstated or to be terminated. So I would like to let everybody know that I have been scapegoat. They have used the pretext or false accusation to pin on me that I am dishonest, and I presented it wrong and false information. And also doing the misconduct during the office hours, which is not positive for the office environment. The reason I am saying is that even though it is important for us not to send the packages late, there were 8 packages late. 2 of them mine and 6 belongs to others. If late submission is a base for the termination, as of now, I am not aware if any other contract person has been terminated. So why have I been targeted for this action? Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate to hear from you regarding my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Devin Walker, and then we will move to questions.
To Council Chair Nadeau and members of this committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I am Devin Walker, a Ward 4 resident and a resident artist under the name Uncle Devin, and co-owner of the Uncle Devin Show, a DC certified and small business enterprise. And we are a multimedia arts integration organization that provides musical and performing arts experience for children and families to cultivate their minds. We support and request that the council pass the District of Columbia Public Schools Procurement Authority Amendment Act of 2023. All non-construction contracts of more than $250,000 must have at least 35% of the dollar value subcontracted to small business enterprises, or SBEs, or certified business enterprises, or CBEs, which we are both. However, agencies can request a waiver when they feel there are insufficient CBEs to do the work. On April 10th, 2023, a waiver memorandum WR-4497 was sent to the Department of Small and Local Business Development, DSLBD, from DCPS, requesting that DCPS be exempt from meeting the 35% CBE requirement because they, quote, determined that there are no qualified CBE that can provide the requested services, end quote. The contract was awarded non-competitively to a Baltimore-based nonprofit called Arts for Learning Maryland to provide a 6-week summer arts integrated camp for only 2 DC public schools for $999,901. This is $99 short of $1 million. Between April 11th, 2023 and May 8th, 2023, we've regularly and often contacted DCPS, DSLBD, and Arts for Learning about our interest in this procurement. However, on May 8th, 2023, DSLBD granted the waiver of DCPS, stating 2 reasons. 1, quote, CBEs were non-responsive to additional requests for information, close quote. And 2, since Arts for Learning is a nonprofit organization, they are exempt from meeting the 35% subcontracting goal because nonprofits are not considered beneficiaries as defined by the CBE Act. DCPS intentionally provided DSLBD with false information about our company and at least one other CBE, Guerrilla Arts, Inc., regarding this procurement, damaging our professional reputation. Consequently, we both filed a fraud complaint against DCPS and Arts for Learning with DSLBD, which is currently under investigation. I have provided you with a copy of this complaint with my testimony. The provision allowing nonprofit exemptions from the 35% subcontracting requirement is unfair to DC businesses. It provided DCPS with a prejudiced and discriminatory loophole to leave CBEs out of this process. Passing this amendment without changing this provision will enable another department to do the same. We also believe that DCPS may have manipulated the financial amount of this procurement to avoid a review by the DC City Council. Any school system contract over $1 million in the district must have council approval. In our Zoom negotiation meetings with Arts for Learning, the nonprofit, on April 27th, 2023, they shared 3 things with us. 1, they have been working with DCPS for 3 years on this contract. I'm not sure if that's legal. 2, they submitted a proposal of well over $1 million. And 3, they were surprised when it was conspicuously reduced to $999,901. Therefore, we encourage this body to pass the District of Columbia Public Schools Procurement Authorities Amendments Act of 2023 and change the provision that allows nonprofits to be exempt from the 35% subcontracting requirement. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to all of our witnesses. See, we have a couple colleagues here, so let's do 10-minute rounds of questions. Great, thank you so much. So I'll start with Ms. Pateau. Am I saying your name correctly? I'm sorry.
You are. We have the same last 3 letters in our name.
That's right. Excellent. That does not guarantee that you and I would pronounce it the same. But it's nice when it happens, right? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you truly for your testimony. You testified that schools received various explanations, but were never directly instructed not to use your company initially. By any chance, do you have some of those screenshots handy?
I don't have it in front of me. I definitely can send all of that information over. I have a zip drive with all of that in there, but I can give you some examples. It started with asking for them to check with someone on a DC supply schedule, which I was not on at the time. So that seems sensible. Some schools went ahead and did that and came back with the comparison for the quotes. And then they were still told, well, you can't use this company, which didn't make sense because they made them go through the work of, finding a company to provide the same services and compare the pricing. Other times they were told that there weren't enough details in my quote. And so they would send a quote back to me to amend, and I would do that and then not hear anything back or was sit. At one point, a specialist even reached out to me from procurement, who I don't think was aware of anything that was going on, and asked me for like 3 quotes to be amended. And when I sent those back, once again, we never heard anything. The schools would check in, the schools would, try to see what was going on. They were given different answers. They wouldn't hear anything until the quote started to expire. And then they would just lose the money.
So everyone was making it seem to you like things were normal, the process was going on, you were going back and forth. And in fact, it sounds like the schools themselves put in a lot of work back and forth with the expectation that what they were doing would ultimately lead to the contract being approved, right? And then when the time lapsed, do you have any idea what the schools were told?
They kept getting the runaround, and I'm not exaggerating this. They literally would just, they would say, oh, we're still working on it, we're really busy, but then they would have other quotes that were approved that came in after mine, or they would, certain people would approve one quote, another person wouldn't approve my quote. In one particular instance, a procurement staff member told the school, this is the person that I was
Uh-oh, we lost your sound.
sorry.
That's okay. Oh, one more time. Okay, and another person told the school that.
This is the person that used to work here. Tell them to find another company because they don't have to abide by using this company as a CBE because they are providing professional services, and that's exempt from CBEs.
So, wow. Okay. So I have a couple follow-up questions there. So, what kind of funds would have been used for this contract? Were these DCPS operating funds?
Oh, there were various lines. So there were educational services, professional services, general education lines. And so a lot of these lines, there are particular ways to use the line. And so initially I thought, well, maybe I did something incorrectly. And so I thought at some point someone would reach out and say, hey, we noticed this quote that came in and it doesn't necessarily line up with the line item or the budget line. And so can you make sure that you amend it? Or, even if they felt like it was on purpose, or I don't know what excuse they had, but there was never any communication. It was just me constantly reaching out, going through the Department of Small Business, trying to get them to respond, and then just not hearing anything at any given point as to the status of the company. And as I said in my testimony, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I end up finding out in these past few months that they reached back out to the schools and started making inquiries about all my transactions in 2021, which I think is really suspicious considering that the news coverage came out that they gave all these contracts out in 2021. So I feel like they were trying to look for a smoking gun per se to say, oh, this is why we end up not using this company because of X, Y, Z. So it insinuated that there were some issues with the schools using me or the budget lines they were using with me. And so now the schools, they called me, they were confused. They didn't know what was going on. And I use the example, if you were doing business with someone and the IRS called you and said, we had some questions, you would never want to do business with that company again. So when they started making all of these, they call them test audits to only my schools and then the schools end up telling me they only asked about the companies that, only asked about my company and no other company. They didn't even ask about Amazon usage, which is a big thing. They didn't ask about anything else besides their transactions with me.
That's really interesting.
And I have all of this documented. And like I said, it's screenshots, it's forwarded emails, all in a zip file drive. So this is not hearsay.
And we'd love to have it, and we could include it in the record if you're comfortable with that. And what I'm just thinking through, because we've been having a lot of conversations about the DCPS budget as well, and you're sort of giving us a couple of threads to pull here is, with these contracts, were these funds that would have been in central office, or were they for individual schools?
Individual schools who specifically chose me to work with. At some point, central office departments were even reaching out and they would ask for items. And I realized, why am I even submitting quotes? There's a lot of work that goes into the services that I provide. And I realized at some point that they weren't going to approve the requisitions. And so it just made no sense to continuously have these conversations with different people who were clearly not aware that I was, this company wasn't, I don't know if you want to say they, at some point, they told schools directly, you cannot use this company. And so I did not want to continue to, do all this work on the back end and provide quotes only for them to be told at some point in the process that they wouldn't be able to use the company.
And did they ever tell you directly that schools could not do business with you?
The only conversation I had initially when all of this happened, because I received a screenshot from a school saying, who did you piss off? Because they won't allow us to use you. I sent an email out to Levita Hilton on September 10th. She responded back saying that, they basically the conversation around the supply schedule, but also that they would be looking at my company under review just to ensure that everything was lined up. And this was September 10th of 2021. And since then, they have not responded to one single email from me. And it'll be 2 years in July 2023.
Given that you worked there in the past, this seems particularly poignant and perhaps painful. Why do you think your former employment with DCPS would have an effect on your business as a private citizen?
I think there could be two answers. One, and it seems, petty and something that, I hope that is not the case, but people were just upset. Like, hey, how does this person who used to work here get to have a company and, make money off of the company? And I always say, when people leave the Hill or when they leave the White House and go on to be K Street lobbyists, they want to use your experience and say, hey, this person, the schools will tell you this, we chose her, and they told them when they called them, we chose this company because she knows what we need. She has the experience, she's been in schools, and so she knows. The other option is perhaps they thought because I worked there, I knew how to manipulate something to the point where they needed to review that. But I do know, and I don't want to bring other companies in, but I know there's a company that has switched their names for fraud and have continued to do business with DCPS, and they don't seem to question that person. And they even have, I believe, an arrest based off of fraud previously as a business. So it's just very interesting to me that they spent so much time reviewing my company when there are tons of companies. And I want to make it known, I had all my transactions were pretty much under 10,000. I wasn't even going up to bid. So it's like to spend so much time on a small business who's not even making a dent in the millions of dollars that's going out just seemed really strange to me.
Now, since you've worked there before, maybe you can help me understand if the funding for something lapses. What does that mean to a school that was counting on having a program or services using those funds?
Oh, it's devastating. So some of these schools, when they had requisitions with me, they had, tens of thousands just in requisitions in general in the system. And so if I had a requisition for $8,000 that was ultimately denied or just sat until the last day of the financial budget year, they lost that money. There's no way to get it back unless early on, if DCPS told these schools on day one, you cannot use this company, they would have been able to do a process called V2. That also takes some time, but there's a possibility that the money would have been able to be put back into their budget. Because they never had an opportunity to do a V2, that money just went into an abyss. They lost all this money. There's no way to recoup the funds that they lost. And I worked with Title I schools. So that's even more devastating. That hurt me just as much as my business losing money, because those schools did not need to lose that money. They need every penny. Just because they made a choice to use my company, it was almost like they were penalized.
Yeah. And just given all of the margins that we're working on in budgets, in school budgets, we know that that really matters. I mean,
It really does.
I was over at one of my Ward 1 elementary schools yesterday and observing a nutrition program they were doing. And I know that some schools use their discretionary funds to pay for things like that. I mean, what are some of the services that schools were counting on that were not ultimately approved?
Yeah, absolutely. So there were items like professional services, professional development, actual items for like swag items for their events. So for enrollment, for example, if they needed something to incentivize students to enroll, they were dependent on my company to provide those services. When they had fun days or wellness workshops, they were dependent on my company to provide those services for their schools.
I'm over my time, but I want to finish with you before I check. No, it's my fault. Just listening to you describe the services, I know exactly what you're talking about, right? That the things that contribute to school pride, right? The things that they contribute to school unity. You walk into a school building and you see everybody's got the same lanyard, everybody's got the same t-shirt, everybody's showing their pride for their school community. And then with recruitment, we know that that helps a lot too. And with professional development, I mean, here we are in a budget where we are making major investments in the things teachers are asking for, which has a lot to do with how they're supported, right? What's their schedule like? What are the supports they have? What's the mentoring they have? So when it comes down to professional development services, that's not a discretionary item, right? That's something we rely on to support our school communities. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just before I let you go and then check on my other colleagues, what interactions did you have with Levita Hilton?
I just had the one email from her early on. That was back, like I said, September 10th, 2021. I did not hear from anyone else in procurement since that date.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm just going to check now. Thank you. I'm going to check now to see if Councilmember Henderson has any questions. I know she's moving between things today.
If you could go to someone else, Councilmember Nadeau.
Yep. And I think it's just us, actually. I think Councilmember Fruman has gone to his next thing. So you just let me know if you want to cut in, Councilmember, and I'll start asking questions of the other witnesses.
Sure. I can start asking questions now then, I guess.
Sure.
Mr. Walker, thank you for being here and for your testimony. I'm just curious, and I understand you have a very specific grievance in terms of DCPS around them not using or choosing to use your company to provide, I think, summer camp services or services to students. But in terms of this legislation and your support for it, why do you feel like the Office of Contracting and Procurement would be any different? They still would have to seek a waiver from DSLBD as well.
Sure. And I appreciate your opening statement as well. You did give me some other information to consider. I guess the biggest thing is finding a way to fix the situation in general. I have, from my experience, the integrity of those working in DCPS is in question, especially when they question my and our company's reputation and another CBE's reputation. And that's internal throughout the entire organization. But as I mentioned in my statement, passing this law without other provisions, such as removing the the provision that allows nonprofits to be exempt from the 35% subcontracting requirement, and also hearing what the other public witness just mentioned about having this non-competition exempt award ability really hampers us as CBE. So to answer your particular question, I don't know if the OCP will do a better job or not, but I do know that what we have right now isn't working. And I think it should be something that, and we welcome any other changes, but right now that's the reason why we actually came out in support of changing it, because right now it's not working.
I could appreciate that. And I do think, and I've communicated this to the chancellor, right? Like much of what happens in procurement is people based. right? If you have the right set of people, if you have the right set of leadership, if you have the right set of operations, and ensuring that folks are meeting the timelines, getting the lead times, having appropriate conversations with the program staff to make sure like, okay, if you're going to do this procurement, you need to give yourself X number of days for a procurement of this size in order for us to meet the deadline and the timeline. And I know, I was back at DCPS, like 2-3 chancellors ago. So leadership feels it is completely different. And then who is working in that office is different as well. But I know we have similar challenges when it comes to other folks. Ms. Hashimi, if you're still with us, I wanted to ask, you were a contract specialist. So who was your manager? You don't have to give a name, but I guess I'm just curious, like, did you report to the chief of your division or did you report to a director? Is she with us? Oh, you're on mute.
Click on it. Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry. Since August 2022, we had a director, was a direct supervisor working with us. But prior to that, we directly reported to Chief Procurement Officer because they were trying to fill up the position, somebody to be director or direct supervisor. But prior to that, we didn't have one.
Okay. In terms of, and because you are working on this, I think you have kind of a very, you have an interesting perspective and insight in this.
Yes, sir.
To what extent did you all have conversations with program offices around, okay, if you need it by this date, let's work backwards on the calendar because, for instance, I think you were talking about specifically with the food service contract. That's not you. That's DCPS Food and Nutrition Services, who is the one who would initiate the process.
Yes, ma'am.
So how often did you all have these conversations and reminders, especially knowing there's turnover that happens in these offices?
Correct. It's between me and the programs, and since it is over $1 million also, I do have very, very close and almost constant conversation with the food services, because soon as they tell us what they need and based on the amount and value, and we know that what process it takes, we immediately create a milestone. With that milestone, we sit together and we consider all the event that it may take place and how long it may take, and to put a little cushion just in case something doesn't go correct. This is life, things happen. And based on the milestone, we start working on a different tasks and different aspects of the contract and the packages until the time it be awarded for the contractor to start. So if you're talking about the communication between myself and my program, we had a constant, almost like a weekly meetings. And then for some other part of the food services, we have bi-weekly meeting. And also between program, it is mandatory for us to have a monthly meeting with our programs to see how everything is working. And previously it was regarding the food service that it was also mandatory to have a quarterly, and if it is needed more often, have a meeting with the contractors to face and be proactive regarding if something is happening, so we be able to resolve it on a timely manner. Did I answer the question?
It does. Yes.
Yes.
So we're here today. I guess the impetus for this was around 36 contracts. These are all contracts over $1 million. But can you give us a little bit idea of how many other contracts do you deal with, or did you deal with in, say, a year? How many other requisitions did you process in a year in terms of the volume of what we're talking about here?
Contracts are kind of the different processes than issuing a purchase order for to changing the requisition into a purchase order to buy anything under $100,000 simplified acquisitions.
Right.
Anything over 100,000, it becomes the contract. It's volumes. It is a
So
large
give an estimate.
amount.
How many contracts and purchase orders would you do in a year?
Wow.
We're talking about 500. Less than.
Combination, it goes for myself. I am sorry, I did not keep account, but it is a large volume to be done. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is, because we're serving 117, 118 schools, and it is a lot. And one other thing that I was going to say, even though with my situation being in it on administrative leave for whatever reason, DCP and serving schools, it is very unique. It's not like any other offices that anybody can handle. It is very unique way of serving and responding to those schools' needs regarding supplies and services. It cannot, because I did work with the federal government, it happened that sometimes federal government gives the agencies to GSA to take away their contract authority. And it's always that it came in the federal news, it always backfired. Hence, getting to the point,
Yeah.
it will not have a positive impact, positive result for DCPS in any way at all, because it is just very unique way of serving schools. It is very different, and based on my experience, it will not have a positive result if it is taken away from DCPS.
Got it. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you to all of the witnesses for being here. I'm running out of time and I also have to jump to another meeting, but I appreciate this conversation. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Esna. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we have been rejoined by our Ward 3 colleague, Matthew Fruman. Councilmember, if you'd like to ask questions, we're doing 10-minute rounds.
Thank you very much. I'll just hopefully do a couple of questions. I want to thank Mr. Walker and Ms. Pateau for your testimony. And these are kind of different issues than the ones that brought me to this hearing about the way in which the contracts are sent for approval to the council, but very useful to hear about the difficulties that you've had. And so thank you for that. Ms. Hashmi, I have just, and maybe you spoke to this already, but just a couple of questions. If you're the person who's processing a contract, so there needs to be a contract for a certain good or service, and different people are doing this kind of work, but you're working to try to I'm assuming to try to hammer out the details of a contract and make sure that it's compliant with DCPS and city regulations. Is that right?
Correct. We follow 27 DCMR laws and regulations to award the contract for DCPS, and also we follow some of the policies and procedures that provided to us by OCP, and also guidance from OC if it is regarding the food services.
Okay, so you're doing all of that, and about how many people are in the role that you're playing? Because there's a lot of contracts that come through DCPS. Is it 3 people who are doing your function, 20 people who are doing your function?
We are, there are a different level of personnel. Me and 4 or 5 others, we are seniors. We issue the contracts, the majority of them in a higher dollar volume, and many of us doing it over $1 million. And then we have a mid-level specialist, and then we do have a junior specialist, and it is outlined for them that what are their authority and up to what amount of the money they are able to process. There are some of them are all the way to $10,000, and some others from $0 to $100,000, some of them to $250,000, and of course the seniors, anything for the larger contracts.
And so did you say that there's like 5 or 6 seniors and then?
Seniors, yes, and then we do have a mid-field. I think we have about 3 or 4 mid-level and 2 or 3 juniors.
So there's about 10 people who are working on these contracts at different, in playing the role that you're playing. So that's helpful to know. And has that number varied over time? Does that seem like, was there a time when you had 15 or a time that you had 5, or what is that? What's happened there?
It has been for some times that we are understaffed, especially for the senior level. We are being a lot understaffed. Yes, sir.
And how many people would you think you would need if you have 6? What would be appropriate level of staffing?
Well, due to the complexity of the contract, that over $1 million, it is very time consuming because we have to put the solicitation, then there is a proposal, then contacting officers review. There are so many various steps that from the cradle to grave, it takes a long time to become a contract. And then when you award the contract, then you have to administer. There are so many activities, functions that you have to be involved to make sure that the contractors are performing and the items have been delivered according to the contract. Then if program has a problem, there's so much is involved. And for the volume of each contract, for each senior specialist, it is a lot. And if we want to be really productive and really involved in everything for each contract, no person has to have like about 40 or 45 contracts. It is a lot. It has to be less volume for each senior specialist to be able to really optimally manage, administer, award, and do everything about the contract. And we are understaffed.
So, but by how much? I mean, do you think we really should? I know it's not exactly your role, and I'm not going to hold you to the number, but just to get a sense from the front line, because it's really actually fortuitous to have your expertise on the front line for me. Do you think, God, I wish we had 4 more people, or God, I wish we had 10 more people, or what do you think?
For the senior, I do believe if we can have like about 3 or 4 knowledgeable expert seniors, because it makes a huge difference if a person comes to start, has experience, knowledge, how to do it from cradle to grave, then you bring a body to put it on the chair, but is clueless how to do a contract, how to review, how to put the clause. You can put 10 people, if they do not know what they're doing, is worth nothing. But if you bring 3 or 4 expert, knowledgeable, dedicated, loyal person that wants to go that extra mile to make sure everything is done ethically according to the laws, regulations, budget, everything, that will be great, because they are able to do a job in a heartbeat. But they don't have a knowledge. No.
Okay, so it depends on who they are, how many you need. But if you had good, qualified, experienced people, 3 or 4. So I want to turn to a different thing. So you talk about cradle to grave, which is works as an analogy, but maybe a little don't want to go to grave. But so in that process, it's dealing with the potential contractor, hammering out the details, making sure it conforms to the regulations. Then there is a step, I would think, of turning over the contract to someone so that it can be submitted for council review or higher up review. And then once it gets that review, then and becomes a contract, then you do the administration. So can you speak to me to how that process, when you're done with your work and hammering out the details of the contract, where then do you go, and to what extent do you track what's happening vis-a-vis senior reviews at DCPS and reviews by the council? Can you speak to that?
So let me see if I understand context. You want to know what is the process to prepare the package to go to the council? Is that
Right.
what you're asking?
Yeah. And then who does that go to? And then what do you do to track that as it goes through the process?
Any contract which it is over $1 million must be, all the actions, everything must be done and is under the control of the person who has the warrant to sign and award the contract. I have $1 million, meaning that at this role, I will do all the paperwork and I cannot take any additional step like sending it to different offices or doing anything above and beyond that, beyond of the paperwork. It has to come from the person who will sign. For example, for the package to go to cancel, be prepared to go to cancel. After the evaluation is done, we prepare the chairperson's report, and then me prepare the document that it goes to the contacting officer. I write down the result of the evaluation, the whole, just like the story, we call it that source selection decision document. They're just like a movie from the beginning that I received the need all the way to the time that I'm putting the contact to go, putting a package to go to cancel. I prepare this document and put all the supporting documents and other offices, just like a first source, EEO, RC, every agency's document that I have, I put them all in a package, in a binder or the soft copy. Then with all the form that it has to be there, with the decision memos to Mr. Mendoza, all goes in a package. Then I give it to the contacting officer who has to sign it. That contacting officer looks at every single document, provides the feedback to me. That changes, just corrections, additional comment. I incorporate those changes, send it back to make sure that she knows the changes has been done, just in case I missed something. And when it is ready, it goes to OAG. OAG, then Mr. Shukrat looks at it and assigns to some of the lawyers that they have to look at it. Then I, my own self, one-on-one, work with that particular lawyer via email, via chat, via telephone, however it is needed to be done, I work with them. And we go back and forth until it is ready for them to give me a legal sufficiency. When I get the legal sufficiency in me that this is ready to go to OPLA, then I send it to OPLA. They review, and of course they have a comments, changes, additional information, whatever they need. I communicate with them. Of course, in every communication, the contracting officer is copied on, because at every step, she or he must know what is the status. So when my communication with OPLA finishes and they are ready and everything is done, then it goes to council's office.
And
And
it comes to council's.
and I'm sorry, and again, they might have some questions, needed additional information, documentation, because sometimes getting some of those documents takes time. They would love to have the more recent, just like the clean hand EEOs, because they are valid for a certain time. So they come and say, can you update this document? Can you renew this one? So everything that they ask us. I will do all the paperwork based on their request and their instructions and the contacting officer instruction. So I follow those things. And then if everything is okay, the chairperson will give us there is a number that is says deem approved based on this code and by this number. And when that it comes, then it is ready to be signed and awarded by the contracting officer.
But when did it come to the council? I was thinking when you said that it goes to the council that you were saying like the general council at DCPS, but was that it goes to the council of the District of Columbia, to us at that point?
It goes to the OAG, Office of Attorney General, which is within the OCP.
Right.
Yes.
And then when does it come to the council? The council being
Mr. Mendelson?
Yes.
Okay, it comes after the OAG goes to OPLA, mayor's office. When mayor's okay, everything is approved by mayor's office. After mayor's office, it goes to chairperson Mendelson.
And who sends it?
It sometimes OPLA, they send it themselves, and sometimes they tell us that yes, it is ready to go to Mr. Mendelson, then we send it from our office. It sometimes depends on the time. If it is time is very short, they will let us, yes, it is done, we will forward it to go based on the timing. But sometimes there is enough time, they will tell us, okay, it is ready, has been approved by OPLA, you can go ahead, and then we send it.
And then would it be someone in your position who sends it or someone senior to you who would send it?
No, I will send it because I handle all the legworks, all the sending and communication. Of course, the contacting officer is all on the communication, so he is aware that what the status is.
Okay, well, that I went way over, but I have to say, Ms. Hashmi, that was very, very helpful to me in understanding the process. So very grateful for your testimony.
Thank you.
And for the test.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. So glad to have you join us. And I also have questions for you, Ms. Hashmi, before I turn to Mr. Walker. First of all, I'm so sorry for what you have gone through and are going through. And thank you for your courage to come and testify today. It's incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
Especially when your investigation at DCPS has not come to a final determination. So I'd love to delve into that with you a little bit more.
Thank you.
You work in the food service division at the DCPS Contracts and Acquisition Office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you report to?
I work directly with the director of the food services, and then some other staffs in food and nutrition services regarding the everyday communication, documentation, meetings, that what the next step will be for any requirements. There are lots of people that in food services that I work with for many different contracts regarding to the schools. It is for servicing some of the equipment, purchase of new equipment, the sewer, catering, staffing, everything related to food service program, I serve them. And if you want, I do not know if I can say the name of the director. The director is Mr. Robert Jaber, that is oversees the food services activities.
So that's your supervisor?
No. My supervisor is Ms. Levita Hilton. Mr. Jaber is the director for the food services, the program I handle.
So you report to him and her?
Regarding the program's requirement, if I have any question, if I'm working on their contract, I need to work, to clarify something. Yes, I work with the program because I am serving them. I got to make sure that everything I'm doing, it is correct according to their need. But
Got
when
it.
I'm working it, then my as I mentioned, from August 22, Mr. Trevor was a direct supervisor that I reported to him. But prior to that, I reported directly to Ms. Levita Hilton. Although I reported to Mr. Trevor, I CC'd everything to Ms. Hilton, so she will be always informed that what the stages of different activities I am working on.
You've mentioned Miss Levita Hilton just now. That's the Chief Procurement Officer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how often do you work with her?
Constantly,
Mhm.
because she is the boss for my section, and there are some contracts. I have the food services and some other program, but there are some contracts, if they are under $1 million, that I can award my own self because I have a warrant up to $1 million. I only on the very certain times for her to know that something is going on that is little out of ordinary, that how I'm handling it, I communicate with him. But regarding some of the items that it really doesn't need her input, doesn't need her involvement, I manage it all by myself.
And what did Ms. Hilton accuse you of exactly?
Well, after all those publications and the meeting that came out, Miss Levita Hilton accused me. I am going to read this sentence because I do not want to misinterpret or say it's something that may not be correct. She accused me that on or about January 11, 2023, during a call with Deputy Chief Levita Hilton, Zahra Hashimi allegedly misrepresented reason for DCPS's delay in issuing the DCPS fiscal year 2023 food services contracts, which resulted in DCPS inability to submit the contract package to the DC Council in a timely manner. Zahra Hashmi allegedly stated RC took a long time to review the specifications, and that was the cause of the delayed solicitation. And then they said that I made the same statement that RCs took a long time on another telephone conversation during the February 3rd, 2023. So, and yeah, that is what I have been accused of.
So she has accused you of saying over the phone that Aussie was late with the specification paperwork for the DC Central Kitchen contract. Is that right?
For this is Central Kitchen and also Sodexo, because they are usually those two
And Sodexo.
contractors. Yes, ma'am.
Together.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
was she on the phone with you when you said what she accused you of saying?
Yes, ma'am. She said I made this statement during a telephone conversation.
And she was part of the conversation, or she overheard the
Yes.
conversation?
No,
Okay.
I was talking to her.
You were talking to her. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Did was anybody else a part of the conversation? Did anyone else hear it?
Miss Hilton says that Mr. Trevor, that was my daughter's supervisor, was on the second February 3rd telephone conversation. And they received a statement from Mr. Trevor that DC's lawyer, they shared with us during the hearing that we had it with a labor relation and HR, DC lawyer and the union lawyer, me and the union representative, that Mr. Trevor was a witness. However, the labor relation, Mr. Salazar, said it during the hearing, we did not rely on Mr. Trevor's testimony because it was not reliable. So At this point, based on what Mr. Salazar said, it is Ms. Levita's statement versus my statement.
And I just want to understand, I'm not sure why it matters what you said on the phone. If Aussie was late providing paperwork at the beginning of the contracting process, I mean, how long, okay, it sounds like it was a statement of fact.
No, ma'am, I did not make that statement. That is why they are labeling me that, I put it here, that they are labeling me because I said I did not make that statement when labor relation manager, Mr. Salazar, interviewed me. I said, sir, I did not make that statement. And they labeled me that. I am going to read that on the letter. On March 24, Labor Relation emailed me the notice of termination violating DCMR's law by being dishonest. In this is a dishonesty in response to the allegations you, meaning Ms. Hashimi, dishonestly denied ever making misrepresentations. And I would like to challenge these misrepresentations because it was only one misrepresentation that I said, Mr. Salazar, I did not make a statement that Aussies caused the delay. And I am willing to the end of my life to anything in this world and in the next world. I stand that I did not make that statement, and I did not.
So what did cause the delay?
Thank you so much for asking that. And at the same hearing, at the end of the hearing, Ms. Collins, DCPS's lawyer, made another statement, which she said the reason for the council package to be late was caused by Ms. Hashimi's late action on preparing the contract documents. That is what Ms. Collins said. Hence, here, she accused me that I was late preparing the contract document. I asked them, please go ahead and subpoena my laptop, because every communication is via email, via SharePoints, and via chat. I am willing for you, go to Octo, get my laptop. All the email has point of contact, the days, hour, minute, and seconds that all the communication is there, and then you be judge of it, that who delayed the package delivery.
And who do you think it is?
It's not me.
Okay. Who was the contract officer responsible at the time?
It's over $1 million, and it is Miss Levita Hilton.
I have a question about the milestone contract. You were talking to Councilmember Freeman about it. If you have any insight on that, why can't any employee at the DCPS Contracts and Acquisitions Office find the contract? How does a contract go missing?
Milestone contract is not my program. I didn't do that one, but we have a library of all the contracts, which it has been emphasized a lot for all of us to put all of our contracts and as much as a document that can be seen by public or by other employees on that library. And we are all aiming to do that. But previously, every senior specialist, we all had our own cabinets of all our contracts. And also all of our contracts should be in our computers, or the hard copies should be in the folders. And if it is not anywhere because it is over $1 million, it has gone to the council, meaning that we must have a council folder. There are a few folders of those contracts and documents. And I am puzzled myself that how a contract cannot be found. Because we did not, from 2016 that I started, we did not change office location. We did not move our contract cabinet folders, nothing. It has to be there. And I am puzzled myself that why we cannot find that contract.
Me too. Me too.
Mhm. I don't know. Maybe I do not know, because there are some in the front of our office. There are lots of cabinets. Since I have the food services and they do have lots of pricing information on it, some of those are locked. And I have in my desk drawer in the office, I have some of those keys. I do not know, it might be in those cabinets or it may not be, but the key is in my desk drawer. If they would like to, I can tell somebody to go
Just,
look in my desk drawer to find the key. If they would like to look at those
well,
cabinet, it is there.
we'll suggest that. I love it. Thank you. That's
Thank you.
excellent. We just before I turn back to Councilmember Freeman to see if he has more questions for this panel, how much was the unauthorized contract DCPS paid out to DC Central Kitchen and Sodexo?
For the Sodexo, it was not unauthorized because, as I said, I have a warrant of $1 million. I made a payment of a 900,000 some changes. But for the Sodexo, I did not make any payment because it was over $1 million. I didn't touch. But based on hearing from Mr. Mendelssohn's meeting of February 10, it was paid over $6 million prior for a contract to be approved. And I do have an email that I responded to the contractor. Sometimes they ask for a payment, and I told them that, please, you have waited this long, wait a little bit longer until City Council to approve the package. We cannot make a payment prior to approval. I have that email.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Freeman, did you want to ask any additional questions of this panel?
I apologize. I do just a couple.
No, don't apologize. That's why we're here. Go ahead.
I thank
You got
you.
another
So,
round.
Ms. Hashmi, on the milestone contract, one of the things that you referenced before when Councilmember Henderson was asking you about how many things do you process, you said, well, there's contracts and then there's requisitions, and so on milestone, it is possible that what was happening was that there were invoices that were paid, and those invoices would have come into a person like yourself, and or not. How does it happen? How are the invoices treated, and what steps are taken, as far as you know, to check the invoice against an existing contract? Because it could be that, one of the concerns on milestone is there was no contract, there were invoices. The invoices were paid and they weren't checked against, they were never checked against an existing contract. So how does that work when an invoice comes in the relationship to the contract?
Well, as I said, I work with the federal government and the DCPS regarding the invoice payment. That is something I also question, that why contracting officer does not check on the invoice payment. In DCPS, invoices goes to program or to contract administrator who oversees the performance, goes to them. They check it out if performance has been done, goods has been delivered, and then everything is done. They check it out, they approve, it goes to accounts payable, and accounts payable pays. It doesn't come for a check and balance to our office to be seen. When I was with the federal government, we, the contracting officers, we did have privilege to look at the accounts payable. We were not able to manipulate or change. We were able to look at it, and also after the program or quota or CA approves the invoice, it would have come to the contracting officer, as you mentioned, to look at it. Yes, it has been done according to the contract, and contracting officer would have check it out or sign it and send it back to the accounts payable for payment. Over here, I question that why we do not see the invoice and why we do not have access to accounts payable or contractors portal to see what it is. Maybe I didn't check it out or looked at it my own self, but I do not believe, I do not know if others contracting they did or not.
That's very helpful, because it's not you who's dealing with the invoices, it's somebody else. And the people who are dealing with the invoices are checking to see whether or not the services were provided or the goods were provided and then paying. And they may or may not be looking at that in relationship to the original contract. So you could have a situation where there are invoices that are paid, that the work has been done, that the check has been made, that the work has been done, but it may not have ever been compared to an original contract. So you could get something like milestone that happened.
Right.
All right. That's super helpful in trying to understand when we get to the DCPS witnesses, where they will be asked many questions about this, and maybe this is part of what could have happened, maybe it isn't, but it's helpful to understand the mechanics of which offices work on which. Really grateful for your testimony again, Ms. Hashmi. Very grateful, Mr. Walker and Ms. Patel, for your testimony. And I think I'm going to stop my questions at this point, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. I'm now going to turn to Devin Walker for some questions. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Walker, you testified that DCPS intentionally provided DSLBD with false information about your company. What exactly did they say?
In the waiver memorandum that came from DSLBD, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, they, in their response to their waiver request to deny, in the waiver request, they indicated, and I'm gonna pull the specific language that they said that Ms. Whitfield, who's the chair of DSLBD, said that DCPS reached out to CBEs requesting capability statements to vet the CBEs. However, the CBEs were non-responsive to additional requests for information. I've already provided to you and this and to the committee my response to that include 7 attachments. And in every attachment, you will see that I was constantly and regularly reaching out to DCPS, to DSLBD, and to the Arts for Learning of Maryland for information. And in particularly, I got to say it was Yawovi Clovey, who was the senior contract specialist for this. In one particular email, he made a comment, and you will see this. I believe it's in attachment number. Well, I'll just read what he has here. but he indicated that in the email that that Arts for Learning of Maryland reached out to us at the time. This was an email of April 26th, that they had been reaching out to me for 2 weeks. And this was an email in which he had copied Trevor Thomas, his boss, and then Brenda Allen, who was very helpful, by the way, to us. I need to say that, but Brenda Allen of OCP. And I immediately responded to his email. And this was on April 26th. I am concerned about your statement that Arts for Learning has been trying to contact me for 2 weeks. This is categorically untrue. What information are you relying on to make this statement? And then I began to share with him. In fact, if you look at the initial emails I was sending to even Mr. Clowie, he was telling me, he specifically said in one instance that that I acknowledge receipt of your emails, but that although he acknowledged the emails, he said it was inappropriate for me to be contacting him at that time, which was not true according to the process. So I provided you all with the information to show in a very direct way that has happened. And even in working and going through negotiations with the prime contractor, they shared with me when they first met, became aware of this subcontracting process, that there was only one CBE, that DCPS told them that there was only one CBE that was selected, and that was, that expressed interest, and that was me. But at the same time, they were emailing Guerrilla Arts Inc. And I know because we worked together, and their company was emailing them, asking them to be subcontractors. And then when we met with them later on, they told us that there were 3 CBEs. And now we get the concluding email that they say it was 4 CBEs. So overall, either DCPS or Arts for Learning of Maryland lied on us, and they used that as a justification to deny the 35% requirement that is needed to meet the CBE goal.
And so I do have your correspondence here. So you were asking to be considered as a prime, but no, you wanted to be a sub.
No, I didn't want to. This goes back to the heart of the problem. This was a sole source. DCPS gave this to a Baltimore firm who has board of directors who do not look like and don't represent the demographics of DC. And all of these organizations that we have here in DC that do summer programs, they're giving them up to $1 million to only do 2 schools, which to me is a waste. But that being said, when the process comes through and there's a waiver memorandum, we can, as CBEs, can express interest. And that's what I did. And that's what Guerrilla Arts Inc. did. I don't know if anyone else did because we weren't told who the other organizations were. And both Guerrilla Arts Inc. and myself and our company were aggressively reaching out to all of them. We didn't hear anything from the compliance office at DSLBD. And I want to thank their new manager who reached out to us, and we're working with them on that. But we didn't hear anything. I've never, not one time did I get a request from DCPS for information or Arts for Learning. In fact, we negotiated with Arts for Learning. And in a negotiation, they sent us a request to do, they offered us somewhere around $112,000 for this particular work. But we were led by DCPS to think that we were entitled to 35% of this contract. So we went back to Arts for Learning and just said, well, listen, we still need to negotiate. And then they ghosted us. They never got back in contact with us. And then for them to turn around and DSLBD to now say that we were not responsive is not only was it just it was intentional. It was an intentional lie on DC public schools and or Arts for Learning to justify why why Arts for Learning should keep the entire contract.
Do you know anything about the sole source contract and how it came to be?
No. All I know is that Arts for Learning told us that they had been in communication with DCPS for 3 years. They told us that, and told me that in their meeting. Other than that, no, we have no idea. I do know that they use a NIGP code. They say that, to find companies. Our company was not considered. That happens. I can't really speak to, say anything negative about that other than it appears that they were selected. Arts for Learning of Maryland pretty much has a monopoly, especially in the state of Maryland. But it's really offensive, the fact that they're going to bring a company who doesn't know DC culture all the way from Baltimore. And quite honestly, the people that they got to rely on, the teaching artists that they got to rely on for this program are those of us that are here that our company work with and that Guerrilla Arts Inc. work with. It's really offensive that they decided to go that route and use them when there was too many other options locally that they could have used that do a better job.
Thank you so much for your testimony, for taking the time to be out here today. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Just check with my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, see if he wants one more round before we wind down the public witnesses.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. I'm good. Thank you again to all the witnesses for your testimony.
Thank you so much. So we've been joined by our chairman, Bill Mendelson, who I understand does not have an opening statement, but I want to acknowledge his presence as we transition from our public witnesses over to our government witnesses today. So we will now be joined by Dr. Louis Farabee, Chancellor for DCPS. And once he has settled in here in the Zoom, I will administer our oath here. Hello, Chancellor. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may begin your testimony, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor for the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am thankful for the opportunity to testify before you today on Bill B 250069, the District of Columbia Public Schools Procurement Authority Amendment Act of 2023. In February, I testified before the Committee of the Whole, and I would like to begin by reiterating that DCPS fully respects the role of the council approval in the contract review process. And on behalf of the district, I sincerely apologize for DCPS non-compliance with the requirements to submit contracts for approval. It was unacceptable, and I take issue with this very seriously, and I am committed to ensuring our process is fully corrected moving forward. It's important that I address DCPS overall procurement improvement efforts before addressing our position on the bill that is the topic of today's hearing. Over the past few months, we have been working urgently to completely overhaul our contractor practices, ensuring that this unfortunate situation doesn't happen again. We have been fortunate to have the full support and guidance of the Office of Contract and Procurement, OCP, in this work. You also have opportunity to hear from them today. I am pleased to share more today on the steps that we have taken. First, we have implemented disciplinary measures to address this instances where staff did not adhere to the contracting requirements. Additionally, ongoing investigations regarding this matter are also underway. I also want to be clear, we are holding ourselves accountable for the failures to comply with the district's contract submission and approval requirements. Furthermore, we have commenced a comprehensive review of the contracts valued at or exceeding $1 million, starting with the active contracts for fiscal year 23. And this evaluation seeks to identify any contracts that have not yet been submitted for council's review in alignment with the district's procurement laws. Utilizing the structure of the Mayor's Procurement Accountability Review Board, we've completed our review of fiscal years 21, 22, and 2023 contracts valued at $1 million or more, and also develop a comprehensive action plan to ensure systemic compliance with assistance of OCP. Over the course of the past few months, we've taken the following steps. One, we've begun preparing retroactive packages in collaboration with OCP and the Office of Attorney General prioritizing direct services contracts with the goal of preventing harm to our students. OCP has also trained our management team as best practices in acquisition planning and contract management tracking tools and systems with a focus on OCP's council package tracker. We've completed an acquisition planning process for all procurements valued at $100,000 and above for fiscal year 23 and 24 using a tool which calculates standardized lead times and identifies all responsible parties for each contract. We have also instituted a standard system for maintaining electronic copies of all contract documents. Senior leadership holds procurement meetings every other day to support prioritization and monitoring progress. DCPS leadership and procurement teams meet with OCP leadership 3 times per week to receive guidance and technical assistance. We have also initiated a weekly check-in process to monitor progress on all contracts valued at above $1 million, as well as small priority contracts for the summer and the school year 23-24 opening. We're developing a standardized escalation protocol to support early alerts, ensure course correction, and reinforce accountability. We have also contracted with a consultant to create standard operating procedures aligned with OCP guidance and to ensure role clarity and clear performance metrics. We've also created an internal team to support filling key procurement vacancies, secured 3 detailed OCP employees, and plan to further augment supporting through the OCP temporary staffing contract. While this work is underway, we also look forward to benefiting from a third-party audit led by the Deputy Mayor of Education's office, which we anticipate being completed by this fall. We will incorporate the insights and the recommendations as we continue to build our systems and structures to ensure continued compliance going forward. We believe that with the ongoing support of OCP, DCPS can create a strong system of contract management strengthened by a series of annual reviews, which will ensure refinement and accountability. We also believe that it is critical that DCPS retains its independent contracting authority. This authority supports thousands of small purchases, including tutoring services, sports equipment, before and after school enrichment programming, park assessment, snacks, and annually for all of our 117 DCPS schools, plus central services. A dedicated procurement team, which understands the unique context of our schools and the needs of our students, is critical for effective operations. Our procurement team is uniquely structured to support the school year and the fiscal year, while OCP support for other agencies is structured solely around a fiscal year. Any shift of authority would significantly disrupt cooperations and services to students. Again, let me reiterate that DCPS is committed to improving our procurement practices to ensure we're in alignment with the law. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Is Dr. Maestera also going to be testifying with you?
Yes, Dr. Mistero will be joining me for testimony.
Okay, let's have her turn on her camera and let's swear her in as well. Okay. Oh, and actually, we're going to wait a minute. We're going to also promote our acting Chief Procurement Officer, Nancy Hateman. If you could also, we'll swear you in too. And then we're actually going to have you give your testimony and then we will do questions all together. So, okay, Dr. Maestera and Chief Hateman, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great. Okay. So we'll then now turn to Chief Hateman for her testimony.
Okay, good morning. I think we still have 1 minute of morning left. Chairperson Nadeau and members of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. I am Nancy Hateman, Interim Chief Procurement Officer of the District of Columbia and Director of the Office of Contracting and Procurement, OCP. I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify on Bill 25-69, the District of Columbia Public Schools Procurement Authority Amendment Act of 2023. I respect the council's review and approval role in the contract process. However, I firmly contend that revoking DC Public Schools, DCPS's independent procurement authority as proposed by this bill has the potential to undermine the ability of DCPS to provide educational and related goods and services in a timely manner to meet operational needs. DCPS, comprising 117 schools and additional administrative units, is a multifaceted organization with diverse needs. Beyond broad system-wide requirements, each school harbors unique programming and activities, essentially approximating DCPS as a composite of 117 client agencies. The current procurement model allows DCPS to adapt to these variances. DCPS needs the ability to maintain a procurement team that understands the needs of each client, has expertise in the educational market, and can design and implement procurement solutions that fulfill the needs of each school and the system as a whole. As Chancellor Farabee has expressed in his testimony, DCPS is thoroughly evaluating and steadfastly addressing the circumstances that contributed to its non-compliance with council contract review requirements. To aid in these improvements, my team at OCP and I have been regularly collaborating with DCPS to strengthen their procurement processes. We have observed their dedication and progress in the past months, and I am confident the DCPS is fully committed to strengthening the DCPS procurement structure as well as the oversight of the procurement process. Given these strides, I strongly advocate for DCPS to retain its independent contracting authority. The current model is best suited to accommodate the nimble, specialized responses required to meet the educational needs of those served by DCPS. The nature of DCPS procurements is distinct from the other agencies OCP serves, requiring specific expertise and internal connections, which are already embedded within DCPS. It's important to recognize that potential legislative changes may inadvertently disrupt DCPS's ability to swiftly address schools' unique needs. In conclusion, I firmly believe that with support and collaboration from OCP and the demonstrated dedication by the Chancellor to the procurement system, DCPS can develop a robust contract management system. The current model of independent authority not only fosters a deep understanding of the unique needs of schools and students, but also allows for the rapid response to any procurement needs of the 117 schools and administrative offices. This concludes my prepared testimony. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will do 10-minute rounds of questions from council members. I'm going to start with the Chancellor. Chancellor, how did you personally learn that DCPS unlawfully awarded 36 contracts worth an estimated $270 million over the last 3 years?
Thank you for that question, Chairperson Nadeau. Once we held the hearing in February and there was conversation about the food service contract, we immediately started to review all of the contracts that have been executed on the past 3 years, as I shared in my testimony. From there, we identify a number of contracts that have been discussed today that were executed upon without the appropriate approvals as described by law. As I mentioned earlier, we continue to collaborate with OCP on the corrective steps to ensure that our processes are strong, we have the appropriate controls so that doesn't happen again, but also ensure that we move forward all the contracts that have been acted upon as requested. It's also important to note we prioritize the services to students in doing so to ensure that critical services continue to be provided to students, and many of those contracts the council has already considered for approval.
Once you had determined that DCPS had unlawfully awarded 36 contracts worth an estimated $270 million over the last 3 years, what was it about this that troubled you the most?
Yeah, I mean, a lot has troubled me about where we are today. I think we've been challenged with a difficult time period at the height of the pandemic where we needed to move urgency with contracts. I think it's important to note of the 36 contracts in question, we believe that 10 of those contracts were executed with the understanding that there was a emergency order in place that allowed for the contracts to move forward in that fashion. While we did continue services for students at a critical time, I'm very concerned that we did not follow the law in terms of how contracts should be approved, specifically with council, and most disappointed that that was not brought to my attention.
In particular, were you troubled by the fact that DCPS employees under your purview were the ones who had violated the law?
Well, disappointed that there wasn't compliance. I think in terms of employee responsibility and accountability, that is still being investigated. And so again, as I mentioned earlier, once it was determined that those contracts had moved forward without the appropriate approvals, immediately work with OCP to ensure that we ensured up our processes, there were proper controls, as I mentioned in my testimony, but also getting a better understanding of where there were failures in our process, and then also seeking outside support to provide an external review as well. In the interim, I've also taken steps to reorganize the team to ensure that there is a shorter line of sight into my office. So I've created a new office of fiscal strategy to oversee all the district's finance and budget divisions, which includes our contract and procurement work. This will be the Office of Fiscal Strategy, and it will be led by our new Chief of Fiscal Strategy, Mr. Patrick Ashley, who will join DCPS next month in June, and he will report directly to me as a member of the DCPS Leadership Cabinet.
He's joining from the Department of Health?
That is correct.
You testified that DCPS has been working to refine their standard operating procedures for the procurement process since this was uncovered. But I'd like to get a better picture of what was previously going on. So can we go step by step through the old process? Because I think we're over here just kind of guessing. And I'm hoping you can walk me through it. So step one, is that the request for services and goods?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify the process, because I think there were individuals who testified earlier that may have given a different picture of what actually happens. And so we start with the amount of the contract, determining whether it is $100,000 or above, and then identifying the acquisition planning that needs to occur based on the status of that contract. Then the program team completes all the supporting documents that would need to be certified. And once those documents are completed, then they're provided via pass and a requisition is created. Once that is created, then it is assigned to a specialist. And then once a contract is determined to be over $1 million, then it would be required that the deputy chief, which is the procurement officer for DCPS, would review and approve that contract. And then from there, the contracts go to the Office of OAG, the Attorney General, and then there is legal sufficiency that is created for that package. And then, as mentioned earlier, it will go directly to the Office of City Administration and the Office of OPLA for review and transmission to council. What will be new in that process is once there is legal sufficiency from OAG, that contract or that package, if you will go directly to my office for chancellor approval prior to going to the city administrator in the Office of OPLA before it goes to council for transmission.
So, all right. The first step is
And-
that,
Go
ahead.
Councilman Nadeau, I think it's important to note that we have verified with OCP that the process that I've just described is consistent with how contracts are brought forward in agencies across the government.
okay, so, but I think I might want to go a little further back than where you started. So the first step is the Contracts and Acquisitions Division at DCPS receives a request for services and goods, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then who makes that request? The school or other personnel?
So it depends on where it's being provided in terms of goods and services. So it could be initiated at the school or it could be done centrally. So if it's a central service function, they would take the next step. But the next step would then be the funding certification to ensure that there is the funding stream identified to support the goods and services, and then the package development would start, and then that would be aligned with the award amount.
When does the statement of work come in, and can you explain what that is?
Yeah, and so once that step of the process complete, all packages then are developed from what we call a scope of work. And then from there, there's the review process with the specialist, as I mentioned earlier. I don't know if Dr. Misteri, you want to layer on any additional context in terms of the steps in the process.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Farabee, and good afternoon. The Chancellor outlined the steps perfectly. We do develop a scope of work for all procurements, and the scope of work, or the SOW, is really the document that defines what the needs are and what our requirements are as an agency.
Okay, and then after the scope of work, that's when you're starting to figure out how much it's going to cost, where the funding would be in the budget, et cetera.
Well, actually, the funding certification is step one. We need to make sure that we have funding identified before even moving forward with the requisition package. The scope of work helps us refine what we need, and then based on that, we work, the program team would work with our contracting team to determine the correct procurement vehicle.
Okay. And then once it goes through, so just curious, it sort of sounds like a chicken and an egg thing. You're identifying funds before you have the scope of work. So how does that actually work?
So the two are packaged together. The Chancellor spoke to that contracting package. The initial request should include a funding certification and a scope of work. So we need to make sure that we're demonstrating before even moving forward with the activities around the procurement that we have sufficient funds in the agencies to support that planning process and ultimately the development of the contract award.
Okay. So hang on one second. Okay. So I'm just trying to follow along here and create a little flow chart for us so we can all understand what's going on. So the procurement, and then the procurement process happens, and that is now all internal. So who's involved in that at DCPS?
Yes, so for any procurement, the contracting team, of course, is involved. We will assign a contracting specialist, depending on the size of the procurement. There are 3 levels of specialists: junior, mid-level, and senior level. And then the program team or school POC would continue to be the point of contact for the components of work that the program teams are responsible for. And that's also often referred to as a contract administrator. That will be the individual who is responsible for ensuring that once the award is executed, that the terms of the contract are complied with, and that if there are any concerns about the performance of the vendor, that those are raised so that we can address them appropriately.
Okay. And just to clarify, so I'm asking about what was happening, what the process was when all of this was happening. We're talking about that, not the new process, right?
Yes, we're talking about the standard procurement process. We do use PASS for our procurements. And so the requisition and package is submitted and moves forward through the PASS module that is provided by OCP.
Okay. And okay, so, and then how do we get where, at what point are we actually signing this contract between the vendor and the agency?
So that would depend on the size of the contract. For large procurements, 1 million and above, which is the subject of our discussion, the steps that the chancellor outlined need to take place after the award documents are ready for review. So they will be transmitted to the Office of the Attorney General, who supports DCPS with the development of legislation to accompany the package that comes to you. And then we also lean on the Office of the Attorney General to support with legal sufficiency, which also is, as you know, a required element of the package. Those additional steps need to take place, again, for the large procurements, $1 million and above. Once we have those stamps of approval, if you will, from the Office of the Attorney General, that is when the packages shall be routed to OPLA for additional review. And then we get feedback from OPLA, the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs. Once we close out any questions or revisions from OPLA, that is when actually OPLA would transmit the package into LIMS for your review.
So it's OPLA's job to transmit the package into LIMS for council review.
OPLA supports DCPS with that. Yes, we do not transmit directly. It's a clarification from earlier testimony from one of your witnesses.
So is it OPLA's fault that none of this has been happening correctly?
No.
No. Yeah. So I want to go back again, Chairperson Nadeau. Again, we are not casting a sense of accountability or responsibility on any other agency or entity. We understand that there were deficits, and we want to understand the root causes to the failure to comply with the approval process. But as I noted earlier, the lapse in submission of packages is certainly inexcusable. And again, it's something that will not be tolerated going forward. What our preliminary review of this matter reveals is that there was, again, no indication of malintent. Rather, what we're seeing is there were a lack of sufficient management controls to ensure that DCPS could keep pace with the volume of work, especially during the public health emergency. So, for example, I know that we're focused on contracts over the last 3 years. And again, I mentioned earlier the emergency order, but also important to note that there are many packages that DCPS has executed upon, but we did see a significant drop during the pandemic, especially in fiscal year 21. So for context, for example, in fiscal year 19, we had about 9 contracts, and then the number dipped in fiscal year 21 and 20, and then we had 5 contracts in fiscal year 22 that went forward that were over $1 million. So historically, there's evidence to show that DCPS has been in compliance. We had 10 in fiscal year 17, 10 in fiscal year 18, 8 in fiscal year 19. So again, there's clear evidence that the impact of the pandemic was significant. And then also over the last 3 years, we've had a transition of 15 staff members on that team, which is currently a team of 21.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to this, and because I'm way over my time, but we can talk more about that breakdown, and I will offer the next round to Chairman Mendelson before we go to. I'm sorry. Can we let Matt go? Okay, Councilmember Freeman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I turned on my camera thinking I was next, and maybe that put me in front of Chairman Mendelson. If so, I apologize. I want to focus. Thank you very much for coming to testify. This is a really difficult set of episodes. I said at the outset that I was at Oyster Adams this morning and was so impressed by the work that DCPS is doing. The Deputy Secretary of Education was there. A lot of things are happening that are great. This obviously is, we're focusing on the hard stuff today. I want to focus again on the OPLA question, because where I wanted to go with my questions was, where did the breakdown happen? Where was it that the failure to send on the contracts to the council occurred? And it does sound that typically it would be OPLA that does that. Now, maybe there's somebody at DCPS who's supposed to be overseeing that or confirming that, but describe how that works when it works. That the contracts come over to the council. And Dr. Mistera, I understood you to say that that is a role that OPLA plays, but help me understand how the agencies fit together around that.
Yeah, again, thank you. Well, I want to interject before Dr. Mistera responds. So again, want to reiterate that no fault lies with OPLA or any other entity. It is with DCPS. And as I mentioned earlier, take full responsibility and will hold individuals accountable. And as I mentioned in my testimony, have initiated discipline at all levels, and will continue to do so as we continue our investigation, which is ongoing. And to just put a finer point on that, in a perfect process, the materials needed to be transmitted to council from OPLA would have gone to OPLA, and they did not. The materials needed to go to OAG for legal sufficiency would be the step in the process that would need to be followed that we don't believe occurred in some instances. And so I think it is important to just put a real, bullseye on where we think some of the issues exist. And it is not with other entities or agencies. It's specifically within our procurement team, and those documents did not go forward as they should have.
Okay, so that is super helpful, because what I think we're all trying to do is focus in on where did the breakdown occur and why. And so I may have been going off on something that wasn't accurate, because while the steps are, it goes to the OAG and then it goes over to OPLA. If the breakdown was there, that it didn't go to OAG and OPLA, then that's the folks at DCPS who are managing those procurements, who, when it gets to the right stage, it's their job to send it to the OAG and then on to OPLA. And that's where you're saying that's where the breakdown occurred.
Correct. The breakdown is clearly in DCPS, and we're investigating every level of that breakdown in DCPS. What I was trying to speak to is, I think, there were questions about the process in general that I was responding to. But again, I want to be clear that responsibility for the failure to be in compliance falls directly upon DCPS. And again, I've taken many corrective actions to ensure that doesn't happen again. And again, as I said earlier, I take this very seriously and immediately start out an investigation and our course of discipline, and also the training and the infrastructure that I mentioned earlier to ensure that the process is strong.
Okay, so well, that's super helpful, because like I said, we're all trying to figure out where the breakdown happened. And I take it what you're saying is there were people whose job it would have been to send it to the OAG and then over to OPLA who did not. And there was a lot of transition in this period, and it's during the pandemic. And so you're not excusing the behavior, but but it's behavior that happened in a particular context, and getting to the bottom of it, and so that it doesn't happen again, absolutely 100%, very, very important. But that's where the breakdown occurred. So that's helpful to hear. I'm going to go back on the part of the procurement process that Chairperson Nadeau was reviewing, and put it in the context of Mills, the contract that nobody can find. And for that contract, can people find a funding certification, a scope of work, evidence of a choice of a procurement method, a package of procurement, an assignment to someone in order to pursue it? The thing we worry about is there's some sort of payments that are being made. There's no contract underneath it, or you can't find the ultimate paper, but can you find the trail up to a point and then you can't find the paper, or can you not even find the start of the trail for that contract?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilman Fruman. And again, thank you for visiting Oyster Adams. I've already got a message from Deputy Secretary about the visit today and how impressed they were with the visit. But to follow up on your question, to be clear, in 2019, I believe you're referencing Milestone when the contract was initiated, if my memory serves me correctly. At that time period, DCPS was utilizing a paper filing system. And as you can imagine, with any paper filing system, there could be an opportunity for documents to be misplaced. And so once we got into investigation of the contract, we determined that there was not a file that we could locate, nor a file that a vendor could locate. And so throughout the process, and as we've done in this process to bring the contract forward, we anchored all of our payments into purchase orders, which includes very detailed information about the services to be provided.
But is there no evidence anywhere of the process that led to the contract for which there's missing paper? Is there anything out there?
Yeah, so there are supporting documents. As I mentioned earlier, much of that information can be found in the purchase order, which we always use to anchor in payments. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, in the process, it begins with a scope of work. We were able to locate the scope of work and the supporting documents for that scope of work as well. The document that we could not locate, again, that was being filed in the paper filing system, I think you heard that in the testimony today as well, was the actual signed contract.
I see. And have you shared those source documents with the council, or could you share those source documents with the council?
Yeah, I believe that the supporting documentation was provided to OAG for legal sufficiency and was reviewed and thus approved to move forward for your approval. And I believe that was provided as part of the package that went forward for Milestone.
Okay, so, and was that material that went forward in 2019, or is that material that went forward in 2023 just recently?
It would have been for what was approved in 2023, but the contract was anchored in a contract that was initiated in 2019.
Right, and what I'm wondering about is scope of work and a choice of procurement method that back in 2019. Is there any documentation anywhere of any of what happened in 2019, and has it been provided to the council?
Yeah, my understanding, there is evidence of documentation and believe that what was provided to the council provides the appropriate supporting documentation. But I'll also turn to Dr. Mestera and also Ms. Hateman to see if there's any additional context that I may be missing on what was available and presented to council.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. We will review, I think, Councilmember Fruman, the scope of work isn't typically provided in the council package summaries, but we can certainly provide that if it was not included in the packet that you reviewed. And as the Chancellor said, any and all additional documentation, which we do have related to the contract.
Yeah, because I mean, it's troubling if a contract goes missing, but part of what one wonders is, was there any kind of a process here? Is this just a document that is missing, or is this a whole process that is missing? And there's a difference between the two things. Neither is good, but there's a difference between the two things. So I would be curious to even if you can't find the document, to fully understand the process that was undertaken back in 2019.
Absolutely, we'll review that.
Okay. And I'm over, not by as much as Chairperson Nadeau, but I'm over, so I will stop.
Oh, gee, calling me out. Okay. I will now turn to Chairman Mendelson for his round. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm kind of shocked by the shade that's being tossed around here. Good morning or good afternoon, Chancellor and Director Hapeman and Dr. Maestero. Chancellor, you have a office within DCPS responsible for contracts, correct?
That is correct.
And when you testified in February, my recollection was that you did not have a chief of that office or deputy chief. I'm not sure what the title is. Do you have one now?
Yes, so we've had a interim deputy chief, and we have a permanent deputy chief right now currently.
You have a permanent deputy chief. When did that happen?
That was in process. I think it goes back to January.
Well, now, at the
exact date.
February 10th hearing, you did not have a deputy chief. So are you saying that it was in February that you designated a permanent deputy chief for that office?
Yeah, but I want to make sure we're talking about the right titles. So right now we have 9 vacant positions. Not sure exactly which position may have been referenced in February, but the deputy chief position was interim and now is on a permanent status.
And when did that happen?
That happened in January again of 2022. At the time of the hearing, we did not have a chief procurement officer. That may have been the.
Okay, do you have a chief now?
Let me check here and look at the vacancies. Dr. Mister, you want to respond while I look here?
Yes, Chancellor, and good afternoon, Chairman. Our Deputy Chief of Procurement serves in the role of Chief Procurement Officer. So I think that might be the clarification
Gotcha.
needed.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Ms. Hilton is the permanent deputy chief of the contracts office, and she is also the chief procurement officer.
Correct.
And she's chief procurement officer on a permanent basis, not interim acting or whatever.
Correct, sir.
Correct, but I think the point of clarification is the actual title is Deputy Chief of Procurement.
Okay, and chief procurement officer for the agency. Correct?
Yes.
From a function standpoint.
And how many FTEs are in that office?
There are 21 FTEs in that office.
And did you just say, Chancellor, that there are 9 vacancies?
That is correct.
And so that's over a third are vacant.
That is correct.
And is that recent?
There have been some recent transitions that have been initiated either via terminations, discipline, or turnover.
Okay, and how soon will these 9 vacancies be filled?
We're working to hire for those positions as we speak. As I mentioned earlier, we are reorganizing those teams to be supervised differently and managed differently. And so we're working with OCP to ensure that there are highly qualified individuals in those positions. And we're currently reviewing, with the help of OCP, applications and resumes of individuals who express interest in those positions, with the goal of ensuring that all those positions are hired for over the summer. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Patrick actually will be starting on June 12th in DCPS.
What's his position going to be?
He'll be the chief of fiscal strategy, which will oversee both business and finance operations, along with acquisition and contracting.
You said chief of fiscal strategy?
Correct.
That's a new position?
That is a new position because we're reorganizing that team. To be clear, that is a new team, and that position will report directly to me, which is not the current structure.
So Mr. Ashley will be a direct report.
That is correct, and part of the leadership cabinet.
Do you or Dr. Maestero can answer, whichever one of you can answer this question? Do individual schools do contracting, or is it done entirely through this procurement office?
So, go ahead. Go ahead.
Individual schools who enter into contracts are supported by the central procurement office and through the process that I described earlier.
So schools do enter into contracts?
They initiate the request for a contract and then are supported by a central office to execute the contract.
Okay, that's not answering my question, I don't think.
They do not enter into contracts without the support and oversight of central office.
So the principal will negotiate the contract and execute the contract on behalf of DCPS?
The principal will submit the request for the service, and that request then comes through the central procurement team. We have a small purchasing team that supports all of the small contracts, most of which are the contracts requested by individual schools.
Okay, so I request a contract as a chairman of the council. I will request a contract from time to time. I do not negotiate the contract. I don't enter into the contract. I go to the secretary of the council. She's the one who does the procurement. If you followed what I was saying.
The analogy, yes. Yes.
Okay. So it's the same deal with the schools.
Yes.
The schools will request a service, they may identify a vendor, but it is your central office that does the procurement.
That is correct. I should note, Chairman, that there are 2 other vehicles for which schools can secure services which are utilized. One is through the P card, which is the card that we have available for very small purchases. There's a limit of $2,500 per purchase. And then, as you know, the Student Activity Fund is another vehicle by which schools and parent-teacher associations can determine if they would like to hold an event or some type of activity that is student-facing. So those other procurement vehicles exist for very small purchases and, with those narrow constraints that I spoke to.
Sure, but I'm interested in larger contracts. So
right.
P cards aren't over $1 million or even over $100,000 or even over $50,000.
Mm-hmm.
I expect the same is true with those activities funds. So to the extent that schools want a contract, they go through the DCPS central office.
That is correct, yes.
Chancellor, in your testimony, you said that you've completed an acquisition planning process for all procurements valued over $100,000 using a tool which calculates lead times, et cetera. Can we have a copy of that?
Yes.
How soon can you provide that?
We'll work to ensure that you have that. If not by close of business this week, ensure you have it by early next week.
If not close of business today, by close of business tomorrow?
By close of business at the end of this week, but the latest early next week.
You also testified that you've contracted with a consultant to create standard operating procedures. When did you enter into that contract?
So we're actually collaborating with the Deputy Mayor of Education office to initiate that contract. And I don't believe that contract has actually been secured. I believe it's in the request for proposal phase of the process.
Chancellor, if I may, I think you may be speaking to the third-party audit. We also have a separate contract for consultancy support to draft standard operating procedures, which I think, Chairman, you may be speaking to.
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay.
you for
Thank
noting that.
Yes,
So-
thank you. Mhm.
So, yes, I'm talking about the consultant to create standard operating procedures. So you do have a contract there.
Yes, we do. We actually entered into that contract to support several teams in doing this work. And the initiation of that contract was, I believe, in the winter. I have to check with the team on the specific date. So the winter of 22. And we have been working with that consultant now specifically to dedicate the support to the Office of Contracts and Acquisition, as you just discussed. And I have the date now from the team. It was actually October of 2022, not December.
So this is a pre-existing contract, pre-existing this contracting mess. And you're using that contract to have the consultant create standard operating procedures. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, that's correct. We initiated the contract to support improvement work and SOPs in several teams. And then in the winter, and I think we may have spoken about this at the February hearing, we had turned to starting to rebuild and support the procurement team, and with the plan to have this consultant support that team on a dedicated basis. We accelerated that, of course, given what we understood to be the issues at hand in terms of the failures within DCPS to ensure compliance with these requirements. And so that is when we kind of turned the focus of the consultant to support this work more directly. And that work is underway. We are modeling the SOPs in alignment with OCP guidance and their operations manual.
So I'd like a copy of the SOPs, but it sounds like they haven't been completed.
That's correct. They are in draft right now, and we will certainly share them with you when they are complete.
And what's your deadline for them being completed?
We are working toward a summer deadline, and I can get you more specifics on that timeline as well.
Yes, because summer is anytime between June 21st and September 22nd.
Yes, so we're looking more specifically toward mid-June, end of June to complete the SOPs.
My time is, I'm over, but I have one other question on this line. Chancellor, you said you've instituted a standard system of maintaining electronic copies of all contract documents. Is that the PASS system?
So PASS is one element, but this is in addition to PASS.
So why are you not using PASS?
DCPS does use PASS.
Well, you don't, because the contract that we just approved last week was not in pass.
So if I may, we do,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, Chancellor. Just
Go
wanted to clarify, we do use one pass module, the buyer module, Chairman, and what the Chancellor is speaking to is that we're working with OCP to adopt the contracting module. And so that work is underway. We are working closely with Ms. Hateman and her team to stand that up. That will be the system of record that you're speaking to. And we are also currently using a SharePoint filing system for all of our contracts. So we ensure we have very clear document maintenance systems in place while this connection with the OCP module and the training can occur.
Well, I'm way over my time and I should respect my colleagues, so I'll come back to this and finish this on second round. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn now to our colleague from Ward 5, Zachary Parker.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up where you all left off. So you're working to implement the contractor module. And what can you just provide more specifics how long that will take?
Yes, Councilmember Parker, thank you. We are working with Ms. Hateman, mapping out the timeline. I think there are the technical components for certain, and then also the important training that we need to make sure we provide to our contract specialists. So we're now looking at a process of 1 to 2 months. We're mapping that out together, but we expect a 1 to 2 months transition time.
And once that is completed, all contract documents would be housed in that contractor module. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are there any exceptions? So we should then never have a case where there's no proof of a contract or there's no documentation. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. There should be no exceptions. And we're also adopting several progress monitoring and tracking tools recommended by OCP to layer on the oversight around tracking both to make sure the documents are included, but also looking at time taken, between requisition and contract award, so we have clear performance expectations for our staff.
And then in the absence of that contractor module with PASS, what was the system or what is the current system?
Yes, well, as the Chancellor spoke to earlier, prior to the pandemic, the team was using a paper-based system. And at this point, we have transitioned into an electronic filing system within SharePoint. So that is a very important shift that was made during the pandemic and that we're now shoring up even further in terms of very clear expectations and standards for that filing system.
Thank you for that. One other quick follow-up. To your knowledge, are there any other contracts, agreements, what have you, that there may be missing paperwork? I'm assuming you all might suggest that something was lost and transitioned from that paper-based system to now this SharePoint system. But do you anticipate there will be other contracts or agreements where there is missing documentation?
Yeah, so we're still reviewing that, Councilmember Parker. As I mentioned earlier, I got ahead of the conversation and mentioned the audit, which we anticipate will start soon and will give us more line of sight in terms of an external view, but not to my knowledge at this time do we have evidence that the situation that occurred with Milestone with the misplacement during the paper filing season exists for other contracts.
Okay, and apologies in advance if I'm asking questions that are redundant. As you know, I just jumped into the hearing, and so let's stay there for a second. So with that contract where we don't have the actual signed agreement from the vendor or DCPS, how can DCPS verify that services were actually provided?
And so I shared earlier, Councilman Parker, that our payments were anchored in purchase order that actually speak directly to scope of work. And there's also supporting documentation to the scope of work as well. We also have invoices as another level of documentation to support the services that have been provided.
So purchase orders and invoices, and I'm assuming the purchase orders are a result of the invoices that are coming from the vendor. Has there been any verification internally with DCPS, with schools to say, have X students received X services?
Yeah, so as a part in these particular situations, these services are primarily provided through specialized instruction for students that have IEPs and special needs. And our program team does monitor that closely and to ensure that those services are provided. There was no indication from that team or our special education division that any of those services were not provided as invoiced.
Understood. And is that vendor planning to continue service with DCPS? And if so, is there an updated contract or a new contract?
And so we are primarily focused on the current services. So we're currently competing for future services, but the goal previously was to ensure that the services that are required for the individualized education plans for students for this school year, we had the appropriate staffing to deliver on those services.
And so everything in the amount of the approval that the council just provided, that is the total of services rendered so far by that provider? Or what I'm getting at, might we anticipate there needs to be another emergency action by the council with no documentation? Or did the vote we just take suffice?
Yeah, I believe the action that council had just taken is sufficient for the remainder of this school year. And as I mentioned earlier, my understanding is that we will compete for the 23-24 school year. So I don't anticipate a need to bring forward another action for council.
Understood. For the other procurement issues, I appreciate hearing that you take full responsibility. I know before I had asked, and I'll ask again, what is the process? And again, my apologies for being redundant. I'm assuming my colleagues have probably already asked this, but understanding that things are going through a review and audit and you all are creating the SOPs, what is the past or current process for a procurement of, let's say, $1 million at DCPS?
All right, so as I mentioned, I shared earlier with the group that it starts with first identifying the need for services, and then there's a scope of work that is identified with a accompanying funding stream. If it's a contract over $1 million, there is a review process among a senior specialist who are assigned to contracts above $1 million. And then that contract would then go to OAG for legal sufficiency and approval. And then if it's approved, then it would go from there to the city administrator and OPLA for transmission to council. But again, I want to be clear that where we have identified the failures have been within the DCPS contracting team, not the following steps in the process.
And the DCPS contracting team, I'm assuming, would take care of those first three things you mentioned: the need for services, the verifying funding, and the review process.
That is correct.
And so who outside of that specialist in the review process, are any of the three individuals here from DCPS a part of this procurement process? So either yourself, Dr. Mastera, or Ms. Haifman?
Not a part of the process and the process that we used to have, as you may have not been on earlier, but I shared that we are reorganizing and I've established a new team that will be led by Mr. Patrick Ashley, who will report to me, which would require his approval and my approval as well before those documents are transmitted.
And Mr. Patrick Ashley has what title?
He will be the Chief of Fiscal Strategy for DCPS.
Got it. And so you both will have to sign off on all contracts, or is it contracts of a certain amount?
Contracts above $1 million.
Above $1 million. Got it. I heard part of the exchange with the chairman in terms of process with schools, but just to reiterate, so if a school wanted to partner with a vendor, and let's say that contract is $300,000, all contracts from a school has to come through central office, and I'm assuming although the system might change, would go through that process you just laid out. And so thinking or looking forward, if a contract is $300,000, I'm assuming it doesn't need Mr. Ashley or your signature. Is that accurate, Chancellor?
It would not require my signature, but it may require his signature. It depends upon, the services, the amount. We will work directly to determine what all those controls are. We currently have established some controls to ensure that there's a clear through line of acquisition planning currently, so we know what needs to be procured, at what amount, and what services or goods needs to be purchased. But at the same time, we want to have an efficient process as well, because as shared earlier, we have 117 schools that are all providing different services, and we want to continue that path. And so we'll have a system that has controls, but also a system where schools can continually get their goods and services in a timely manner.
Understood. I'm over my time. A quick follow-up here. How many, if you gave a ballpark, how many procurements are DCPS advancing in a given school year?
Yeah, so we do over 1,400 actions. That could be, purchase order or contracts. And, there's a small amount that can go through P card that was mentioned earlier, because schools have the ability to use their P card, but there is a significant volume of contracting that occurs through both schools and centrally, which we believe, going back to Director Hateman's testimony, is important for DCPS to continue to be nimble, which is why we believe it's important to maintain our contract authority, but with the increased monitoring and review processes that I've shared today.
Awesome. Thank you. That is my time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, who at DCPS signs off on contracts? Is it the Chief Procurement Officer or the Director of Contracts?
So I think there have been some, confusion about title, but there is a deputy chief that leads our procurement offices, and that would be the individual that would sign off.
And that's Levita Hilton?
That's currently Levita Hilton, yes, but there have been others that have been in that position as well.
During this period that we're talking about?
That is correct.
And what qualifications does the Director of Contracts need to sign off on contracts?
Dr. Mister, you want to speak to that review process?
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. So contracting officers who have what's called a warrant to sign contracts must meet the specialized training, qualifications, and experience. We align our position descriptions with those of OCP for each of the 3 levels of contract specialists. And then also training requirements. We ensure that all of our staff participate in the OCP trainings. So everyone has at least the foundation level training, and then there are advanced trainings based on level of authority that each of those 3 types of specialists have. And we are ensuring that those staff also take those additional trainings that OCP offers.
And did the previous Director of Contracts, Thomas Trevor, possess a certification to sign off on contracts?
So Mr. Thomas was in the process of acquiring the certification through the training that I mentioned. So in addition to the qualifications for being hired, we then want to make sure that the past trainings are completed in alignment again with OCP requirements. And he was in the process of completing those trainings. So to answer your question, at the point at which he departed the agency, he did not yet complete the requisite trainings in the past system to have contracting authority.
And for how long was he in that position?
He was in that position from August of 2022, and he just left, I believe, earlier this month, May of 2023.
Okay. Let me just see. Just keeping in this format of just walking through the steps here. So the next step after that would be the OAG reviewing the process to determine whether a contract is legally sufficient, correct?
Correct. And that is, earlier I was trying to kind of walk through the full process. So I just want to reiterate what the Chancellor was saying earlier, that was where DCPS absolutely dropped the ball. So I want to be clear directly with what I was speaking to at the time and confirm that we take full responsibility for that.
And whose responsibility is it to send the contract to OAG for review?
That is the responsibility of the deputy chief.
And how long does OAG take to review a contract?
That varies depending on the complexity of the contract, but we've been very pleased with the partnership. They're very supportive of our work, and they understand the context in which we serve to serve students and staff. So it really does vary.
What happens when OAG sends a contract back for revision?
Well, when it comes back for revision, our team works on the revisions, and there's a lot of shared discussion to make sure that we're aligning our revisions to meet the requirements of OAG in order for them to provide that stamp of legal sufficiency, which I spoke to earlier.
Okay. And then following that, who at DCPS is tasked with sending the contract to OPLA?
Yes, so we have had a historical process of the deputy chief sending the package over to OPLA. What we have seen is that during the pandemic, to what the Chancellor was speaking to earlier, some of those processes became decentralized. And so senior contract specialists were working directly on these contracts. And that is an area that we absolutely need to shore up to make sure that there's appropriate oversight. But again, moving forward, the process would be that the Chancellor would review and Mr. Ashley would review, confirm that the package is complete, and then the Deputy Chief of Procurement would send that package over at that point.
Okay. And then the final step is for the OCFO to pay the vendor for services or goods rendered. What document does the vendor provide OCFO to get paid?
The vendors will submit their invoices into the vendor portal, and then the OCFO accounts payable unit will review the invoice and make sure that it matches and doesn't exceed the purchase order that's in the system, and also review additional documentation before authorizing payment.
And where in the portal does one indicate that council has signed off on the contract?
I don't believe that sits within the portal itself. I might lean on Ms. Hateman, but certainly within PASS, the modules in PASS, that is where the expectation is that all of the supporting documentation for any procurement is included and attached to the procurement. Ms. Hateman, did I miss anything there?
No, you are correct. The vendor portal does not reflect council approval. It is for invoices and payments made. And for contracts in past, the supporting documentation, including the council approval, would be added to the file in pass when it's received.
So, Ms. Haitman, let's stay with you for a minute. So, who authorizes OCFO to pay out vendors when council hasn't reviewed or approved a vendor's contract? What is OCFO's process to verify whether council has?
Well,
approved a
again, I don't control OCFO's process, so I'm not sure what they all look at. But I can say when an invoice is submitted in the vendor portal, the invoice is routed, as Dr. Mostera said, through accounts payable, but also before it goes to accounts payable, a program person will approve whether the services were received. And then once the CFO has that, they process it through their internal processes to make payment.
So it doesn't sound like there is anywhere in that system that indicates whether or not it has received council approval.
I'm not aware of any electronic trigger that would indicate that.
Okay. Want to talk about food service contracts for a minute. Let's discuss the DC Central contract, DC Central Kitchen contract, which is controversial since we have one employee being investigated over it. It was sent 6 months late to council for review. Walk me through the process of that contract from start to finish.
Chancellor, I can speak to that if you'd like, or, all right.
Please, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So Chairmember Nadeau, I think this is an example of course, of what we were speaking to earlier, that the balls were dropped within the DCPS team. And that is the reason for the lateness of that submission. We certainly know that we need to completely rebuild the structures and systems in place. So that is the work underway. But essentially the lateness, there's no good excuse for that. We take full responsibility for that. And it was late because the milestone charts that are developed for contracts of this size were not followed. And the escalations that should have been in place related to the challenges were not executed. So essentially the internal controls were not there and things got completely off course within DCPS.
Thank you. I'm going to turn back to the chairman for his next round.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a question that Chairwoman Nadeau was asking. Dr. Mostera, you answered that there was nothing in the electronic system to indicate approval. Remember you were answering that question? It was just a couple of minutes ago.
I believe Ms. Haitman may have said that, but that is my understanding as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, it might have been Ms. Haitman. Yes, because my note here is to ask Ms. Haitman. A purchase order can be put in this system only after someone has indicated that the contract has met all approvals, correct?
A purchase order can be put in the system when it goes through the approval process that's indicated in the system, yes.
All right, I don't think I like the way you answered that. It sounded a little too carefully worded. There's a contract. Payments are not made against contract. There's a purchase order. Payments are made against a purchase order.
Correct.
Okay, the purchase order, however, is entered based on the contract.
Correct.
Okay, and when the purchase order is entered into the system, I think it's called the something portal.
But the purchase order is in the past system. The vendor portal is separate. That's where the invoices get entered.
Okay. The purchase order, in order for the purchase order to be accepted into the system or entered into the system, someone has to indicate that the contract has met all approvals. Am I correct?
There's no specific box that one would check to indicate that it's met all approvals. There's various, some approvals are reflected in the system and some are documents that are uploaded.
Okay. Are those approvals from your agency with regard to these DCPS contracts?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Well, my line of questioning concerns the DCPS contracts or contracting process.
Okay.
The approvals that we were just speaking of with the purchase order and the contract, are those approvals indicated or responded to or acknowledged or given by OCP employees?
They're given by whoever is entering the purchase order. So if it's an OCP employee entering the purchase order, they would provide anything that was required. If it's an agency such as DCPS or any other agency that processes their own procurements independently, they would be entering their own information.
For DCPS purchase orders, the acknowledgement or indication of approvals is by a DCPS employee.
Correct.
Not by an OCP employee.
Correct.
Not by an OCFO employee.
Not for issuing, the OCFO approval is entered in terms of the funding being available for
Didn't
that
ask about
purchase
that.
order.
Didn't
Okay,
ask about that.
okay, well, that's the approval that would be in the past for purchase orders.
What's the
And
approval? The DCPS employee.
DCPS employee, with the only thing being that the CFO makes it's a funding approval in the PO approval process.
Yes, but I'm not asking about funding approvals. I'm
Okay,
talking
that's
about
fine.
approvals. So it's DCPS.
That's fine. For everything else, it would be DCPS. Yes.
Ms. Haitman, while I'm asking questions, so in your testimony, you expressed concern that DCPS is a composite of 117 client agencies. But a few minutes ago, it was clarified that where there are contracts, the contracting is done by the central office at DCPS. Doesn't that sort of mitigate your concern about 117 client agencies?
Not exactly, because it's dealing with them as the client who has to work with the procurement to prepare the statement of work, provide all the necessary documents that go into developing the solicitation, conducting the evaluations and various other internal approvals that would be required to go forward with the contract. So it doesn't change that. It actually highlights that you have 117 different groups coming into one central office with all their various requirements, which is a large task for any procurement office.
Okay, so DCPS has a large task.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, for example, I'm going to rethink that. No, where my mind is going right now is I'm thinking of DDOT. So DDOT does not have independent procurement authority, correct?
Correct.
All right. DDOT has its own procurement office, correct?
Correct.
I believe it's staffed by OCP personnel. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And so just as with DCPS, all the different needs within the agency come into that central office and then they get processed.
Correct.
So I'm not getting what's so nimble, specialized, et cetera, with regard to DCPS. Every client agency that OCP has very specialized interests. You have, for instance, you meaning Ms. Haitman, meaning the Office of Contracting and Procurement, you do procurements for Department of Healthcare Finance.
Correct.
I got to tell you, nobody here fully understands Medicaid and all the contracts that come under Medicaid, but those go through your office, correct?
Yes, they do.
All right, Department of Health,
Yes,
Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking,
yes,
Office of Victim Services,
yes,
Office of Zoning.
yes.
I think there are actually maybe 57 agencies.
Well, we use the number of 79, but they are varying sizes. Some are small offices with just a few people. Others are agencies such as you've mentioned previously,
Yes.
like DDOT and DHCF.
Yes, with wildly, WILD, wildly differing requirements in terms of expertise, zoning, healthcare finance, insurance, transportation, DPW, correct?
Correct?
So what makes DCPS so unique that you can't do education?
I think there's.
Why can you do, let me rephrase it, why can you do Medicaid, zoning and insurance, but you can't do education?
Well, I'm going to say for the education, and yes, these other agencies do have complex procurements as well, and we do have procurement groups that are dedicated specifically to those agencies. I think the difference is, from my perspective, the DC public school system is very different, and it's 117 different divisions in 117 different locations, plus the central office. And the needs of the schools are extremely varied. Whereas when you have something like a DDOT or a DHCF, that the agency is more what I guess I would say cohesive unit versus DCPS is in many respects very decentralized, even though it has a centralized administration. The schools have their own needs. The schools, some of them are very large. Some of the schools are probably larger than many of the agencies that we support. So I think that they do need, DCPS does need to maintain their own authority.
Well, I'm not getting it, not to cut you off, but I'm looking at the clock and I was a bad boy on the last round. But I'm not quite getting it. So DCPS has, yes, it has 117 schools. As best I can tell, none of the schools do contracts over, individual schools do contracts over $1 million. Never heard of it, doesn't happen. Probably doesn't do contracts over $300,000. I think that was my earlier line of questioning. So they have an office, a contracting office of 21 FTEs with 9 vacancies. Just want to remind everybody, 21 FTEs. How big is the contracting office at DDOT?
The DDOT office has about 20 employees. And
Okay, so let's just take the DDOT office is actually an OCP office, but it's
Correct.
20 employees over at DDOT, specialized in transportation, understand federal highway requirements, which is quite different than any other requirements. So there are an office of 20 folks there. There's an office of 21 folks at Central, DCPS Central. Instead of there being DCPS employees, they're OCP employees, just like DDOT. Now, other than the fact that OCP has its own rigorous training requirements and certification requirements, I don't see what's changed.
Well, I think it comes back to also just the nature of an educational school system and the responsiveness that they need to have in order to meet the needs of the teachers.
Okay, so if you take those 21 employees and they become yours, they lose the ability to do what they are doing now, which I guess maybe they're not doing now. Is that the point? That nobody can handle 117 schools?
No, that's not my point, that no one can, but I think when you look at the connections and the integration that the procurement office at DCPS has with the entire system, that is something that OCP is lacking. That's something that's been built up over the years. And I think that would be harmed because I don't know.
I'm looking at the clock again.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not being clear here. If we take procurement and put it under OCP, the only thing that changes is that instead of the chief of procurement, the deputy chief of procurement Instead of her reporting to Dr. Farabee, she reports to you. Nothing else has changed. You've got 21 employees. Actually, something has changed. OCP has developed expertise, rigorous training requirements, and certification requirements. That changes. More professionalized office. But nothing else has changed other than the reporting. Instead of reporting to Dr. Farabee, who's interested in education and educational outcomes, they report to you, who's interested in procurement and meeting the requirements of the Procurement Practices Act.
Well, I would say that there is a change, a much bigger change than is being described, because I think that they are now taken away from being as intimately involved in the network that they have developed. And also OCP will have to do additional tasks that perhaps OCP is not doing now. So it's not just an impact on the procurement office, but it's looking at all the various functions that would go along to support that and would have to be worked out. So I think it would be a change.
When DDOT, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when DDOT's procurement office got realigned a few years ago because they couldn't do procurements, so that now it is OCP employees there, did they lose their connection with the agency?
They did not lose the connection with the agency, but we will have processes that are more removed from what the central DCPS is doing. And I wanted to point out that OCP used to do procurement for DCPS, and there were concerns about the fact that it was being done by outside of the DCPS school system. And as a result, the council actually took legislative action to put procurement back in DCPS. And I think even though DCPS may have had this circumstance recently where the council review requirements were not followed, I think there's lessons from what happened before. And I do think that DCPS procurement does belong best with those people who understand education and who are closest
if
to
you could
education.
refresh, if you would be willing after the hearing to submit materials that would refresh my memory with whatever the problems were when OCP had DCPS procurement. Because all I've seen in the last 10 years is that OCP has gotten better and better and better, and that it has fewer challenges with the CAB. And meanwhile, what I've seen is over the last 4 years, not recent, 4 years, the DCPS has had a complete meltdown with regard to procurement. $270 million in 36 contracts, if the list we have is correct, that not only didn't come to the council for approval, but then got paid without council approval. When somebody indicated on forms that the procurements had been met all necessary approvals, I could take that further and say, I think we're actually looking at an ACFR finding here. Don't recall that with OCP and DCPS in the past, or OCP in the recent.
Well, I certainly agree that OCP has gotten stronger over the years, and I do appreciate that acknowledgement. I do still think that some of the concerns in the prior time were because of DCPS and their understanding of, and they needed to, the people who understood education needed to be part of the procurement system for DCPS, and those who had a close connection to it. Absolutely, the problems with the council review are of grave concern. And I have also seen, though, in the last 3 months that the chancellor and the deputy chancellor have taken an extreme and serious interest in rectifying the problems. And I think that the decision on whether procurement should remain with DCPS or not should look at the totality of everything and not the aberration of what has occurred in the last few months, because this is something that DCPS is working to correct and has already undertaken major steps to correct.
Well, I
Chairman, I
Yes,
know we're
Chancellor.
over time. Just want to interject here quickly. I think it's important to note that while the concerns are very critical and need to be addressed, I think it's important to note that DCPS has had a history of delivering on contracts and procurement in an efficient manner and within compliance in the law. I know the recent situation incidents are inexcusable, but I do think that DCPS, with the appropriate controls and the training and the supports that I've described today, can continue to provide on that service. And so would hate to see a change that would disrupt what has been a successful tenure with delivering on goods and services. I also think that you implied that there was a situation where DCPS put on record that indicated that a contract did not require council approval.
No, that's not what I said. And I
Okay.
don't know that I want to get into those contracts too much. There was a May 31st hearing on them. But there was a line of questioning from Chairwoman Nadeau regarding approvals. And there was a very precise answer that approval isn't indicated in the electronic system. So I was pursuing clarifying that. We know that there has to be, as part of the procurement process, an indication that approvals have been met. And we know that this issue was looked at by the Board of Review of Anti-Deficiency Violations, who concluded that they were unable to determine who indicated those approvals with regard to those contracts. There is an approval that's necessary, and that's what I was getting at. Let me restate that. The answer to Chairwoman Nadeau was there's not an approval required in the electronic system for payments. An approval with regard to the contract having been appropriately approved. And my line of questioning was to clarify that there are approvals that are necessary. Do I need to restate that again?
I think I am tracking, but let me process. And you said there are approvals required by who?
By regulations, by law, by the Procurement Practices Reform Act, by the Home Rule Act. Those are different laws. By regulations, procurement regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Chairwoman Nadeau asked if the purchase order, if there was an approval, if it was necessary to indicate that the contracts have been approved. And the answer was the purchase order electronic system doesn't require that.
Okay.
But there is, and this is the line of questioning, in the procurement process, a requirement that somebody state that approvals have been obtained.
I think I understand. I just wanted to clarify that DCPS, to my knowledge, did not indicate that council approved contracts that were not approved by council, if that makes sense.
Yes, but I don't think that's correct. A purchase order cannot be entered into the system unless somebody indicates that the contract on which the purchase order is based has met all approvals.
Chairman Mendelson, I think I need to add that there is nothing in the system that requires that kind of a statement. The process and practice is that approvals should be obtained, but there is no system button or thing, that box to be checked that would indicate that.
Well, that's pretty shocking if that's correct, but that's not my understanding.
And Chairman, if I may, I do want to touch on the work we've been doing with OCFO, our OCFO partners, to create that cross-check that you're speaking to and ensure that that happens on both sides of the aisle, if you will. So We have been meeting with OCFO leadership to map that out and specifically ensure that when a requisition is entered, that it will not be processed unless the OCFO team sees evidence. I'm speaking to the 1 million plus, sees evidence of the approval in limbs, which is, once the contract is processed by council, there is that record and that form that can be downloaded. So that is being required in order for OCFO to move forward with processing. And we're retraining both teams so that they know exactly what documentation from our side needs to be submitted and from the OCFO side needs to be reviewed and verified before any payment moves forward.
So Ms. Hateman, are you saying that in all the paperwork, both literally and electronically, there are no boxes to check for approvals?
I am not saying there are no boxes ever to be checked for approvals, but if we're talking about council approval of contracts over $1 million, there is no specific tab or anything in the PASS system at this moment. We are engaging in discussions with the CFO's office that as we go to the PASS cloud, we are going to include such functionality in the PASS system.
Are you saying that there are no boxes that say all approvals have been met?
There may be an internal checklist to particular managers, but there is not a checklist in PASS that says, have you done every single thing?
How about not in PASS?
Individual managers have their own checklists.
As you process procurements, you get paperwork electronically or literally? There's nowhere anywhere where somebody attests that the law's been followed?
Well, I think that is not what I'm saying at all.
That's what I'm asking about.
Yes, and I've been saying what we have, and what we also have when we are getting ready to award contracts, we do have a document for contracts where the process is described and it is signed off on by officials within the OCP, and that includes the contracting officer and the deputy chief procurement officer. So these documents do indicate the process, and they do indicate the steps that were followed and the various decisions that were made. But none of this is a system checkoff. This is a paper checkoff.
So what is being emphasized here is that OCP has worked at perfecting the processes, professionalizing the processes, carrying out the processes as carefully as possible. And that stands in stark contrast to DCPS, which I would not describe as recent. It's at least 4 years old, these problems. And I would note that OCP's expertise is valuable enough that DCPS is relying on them right now for guidance. I have a couple more questions. Dr. Farabee. Maybe not you, maybe it's Dr. Mastera. There was testimony earlier from Sarah Hashmi, I think I mispronounced her name, I apologize, Hashmi. What was her role? Was she a contract specialist?
Dr. Mister, you want to speak to her role? And then I'll just start by saying that some of her testimony, the facts around her testimony differs from what we.
I'm not going to, but I don't think I'm going to get into that.
Okay, all right, understood. I believe she's a senior contract specialist, but Dr. Mister can confirm.
That's correct.
She was a senior contract specialist. And she worked on the food service contract?
Correct.
And where was she located in DCPS in the organizational chart?
She reported to our contracts director. There's a director of the large purchasing team. So she reported to that director for a portion of her service time. When that vacancy was in effect, she reported to our deputy chief.
The first person you mentioned is in the same office as the deputy chief?
Yes.
Okay, but is that where she worked?
Yes.
My understanding is that she worked in a different agency. You know what? She worked in food services.
She works in the DCPS procurement team. She is assigned the food and nutrition services contracts as part of her caseload.
So just to be clear here, it's your testimony that she worked in the office under the deputy chief of contracts and acquisitions.
That's correct.
She was not in a different office.
No, I think there was some confusion in the testimony to the chancellor's point, but she reported to a contract director. And then when that became vacant, she reported directly to his supervisor, which is the deputy chief of procurement.
I just want to note again that we have a hearing on May 31st, Committee of the Whole, where we will be looking at the 36 contracts more specifically. I've tried to stay away from that issue here today, but that's what we will be focusing on at the hearing next week. And but I do want to ask now, or maybe not ask, but it'll come up then. I have asked repeatedly that we get the contracts, the 36 contracts. My understanding is that it's very time consuming to deliver the 36 contracts. So that, actually, I think I discussed with you, Dr. Farabee, that the active contracts, which I believe at this point is something like 6 that have not been approved.
There's 7.
That we get those so that we can act on them on June 2nd.
That is correct. We're working towards that date. Thank you.
If I don't have the 7, I'm not going to move any of them, and that's going to make the vendors unhappy. I want these to come in 2 tranches, the active ones, and then the remaining.
Understood.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me go over.
Well, you can thank Councilmember Parker for that. Councilmember Parker, you're up.
Thank you. I want to go to accountability. I really appreciate hearing DCPS saying you all are taking responsibility for these matters. And again, some of this may have already been addressed, but what internal, outside of the SOP, the audit, what internal accountability metrics have been pursued given the what I would consider egregious nature that contracts were being approved and pushed out?
And so we have our own internal investigation and continue to review every aspect of the failure in the process to identify what corrective action needs to take place, and that continues to be ongoing. We have done a significant amount of acquisition and contracts training for staff, and we have incorporated many of the tools from OCP, and through the support of OCP have also provided extensive training for leadership as well on procurement. We've also trained staff on past contracting planning modules to ensure that DCPS has a clear path of acquisition planning as a part of this process as well. And there are daily and weekly review conversations among staff in terms of where we are with timelines, with our budget teams and performance metrics, in addition to both the external audit and then the consulting work that's underway. And then I open with sharing that I have restructured the team to ensure that there's a shorter line of sight to my office, which includes establish a fiscal strategy office that will be led by a chief, Mr. Patrick Ashley, who will supervise both our budget functions and contracting and procurement.
And when you say restructured the team, I'm assuming that means some team members are no longer with DCPS as a result?
Yes, the members that are no longer with DCPS or are no longer in the roles that we were in previously. And we currently have
How
9
many
vacancies.
individuals are no longer with DCPS that played a role in approving these contracts?
Well, that is still under review. And so I just want to begin reminding everyone that there are disciplinary personnel actions that we take that are confidential pursuant to DC laws and regulations and our CBAs. But we'll ensure that we continue to investigate and ensure that all of our processes will be followed going forward and all corrective action has been rendered accordingly.
I'm not following how that's still under review. Let me ask it this way. Was there any objective criteria used by DCPS to determine who would keep their job versus not keep their job should they have played a role in the approving these contracts? And if so, what is that objective criteria?
Well, all that is founded and anchored in our investigation process. So as we determine individuals that may have played a role in this or what their role may have been, we take action accordingly. And again, that is still ongoing at this time. And so I would say at this point, that process is incomplete for me to provide a full summary, but I do want the council and the public to understand that we have acted on that process and I do take it seriously.
Okay, and when do you anticipate that investigation being complete?
I don't have a specific timeline at this time because we continue to get new information daily. But the goal is, as I shared earlier, is to close out all of our hiring and investigation throughout the summer.
Understanding that personnel information is privileged, are you able to provide with the council an outcome of your investigation into specifically into the team members that played a role in this? I know you talked about you will deliver updates about the contractor module and other things, but can you provide an update, and if so, when, on your investigation into DCPS employees that may have played a role here?
So we're still also in the PARB review process, and that report will be made public. And I anticipate much of what discovered will be presented to the public in that way. In terms of a summary of personnel actions, I believe because of the confidential nature of that, I don't foresee that being detailed out.
Well, I would just challenge that. I would find it really challenging for you all to go through this process and for there not to be clarity around how folk are being held accountable. And it's easy to say DCPS takes accountability and responsibility for what happens. But then at the same time, you're saying, oh, but we can't tell you what's happening internally. And while you may not be able to say John Doe lost his job and here as a result, I think you could say there were 12 DCPS employees who are no longer here as a matter of our investigation. And so I
think we and I've shared today, you know, there are 4 individuals most recently that are no longer with us, and as we continue to investigate, there may be more. But I want to ensure that I consult with our general counsel and our legal team on what is permitted to share.
Understood. Well, I would just say, and I'm sure I speak for my colleagues, that information would be helpful because while I do appreciate the steps that the agency or, DCPS is taking to right the ship, it would be concerning if people that played a role in approving these contracts were still within the agency, perhaps just in a different role, or if some were held accountable while some others were not. And I think having clarity into that would be helpful. In my remaining time, I want to go just around timeline and picking up on a part of what the chairman, I think, was getting at in terms of what might be feasible. I know there is OCP doesn't want to acquire DCPS procurement, and you've made that pretty clear. On average, Ms. Hateman, or is it Dr. Hateman? I'm sorry.
No, I am not a doctor or anything, so.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but I thought I heard the chairman call you Dr. Hateman. But Ms. Hateman, how long on average does, well, let me ask it this way. How long on average does $1 million plus procurement take within OCP from beginning to end?
Okay, from the start of the solicitation, that's when you okay,
Yes.
so the timeline, of course, can vary, as you know, based on what the procurement is, but I would say a good 6 to 8 months is, well, 6 months for sure, I think I would use as a starting point. And then depending on the complexity, it could go up even higher. There's some cases it can be less than 6 months. A lot of the timelines, we don't control part of it because some of the time it takes to evaluate responses depends on how many responses you get. So that's why there's a lot of variables in the timeline. And then once we get are ready to award the contract and it's over $1 million, then we add on to that time frame the time for the review of the package and then the transmission of it to the council for the review.
Just following in the scenario that you were discussing with the chairman earlier at DDOT, where you have, let's say, specialized OCP personnel, is that the same timeline or do they operate on a different timeline of $1 million+ contracts?
I would say for large solicitations, probably that is a good timeline. I would also like to point out that for DDOT, though, they have a separate statutory authority for federally funded highway contracts, which when the annual plan of contracts is submitted to the council, when they're ready to award the individual contracts do not have to go to council. So,
and then Dr. Mastero or Dr. Fair or Chancellor Farabee, what is the average timeline of a DCPS procurement? Should it be over $1 million?
I think it would vary based on the complexity of the contract. Our food service contract is very different from our security contract. The security contracts very different from the special education services that are in contracts such as TAMA and Milestone.
If you just had to give me a ballpark or benchmarks from either end, there's $1 million contract, and assuming all the steps were accurately followed, how long are you thinking that will take?
Yeah, I think it's difficult, but I would say, let's say 6 months, maybe 6 to 8 months at the most.
Okay, so that's essentially the timeline of OCP, and I know I'm at time, and what I was trying to understand is the impact on the school system should OCP acquire some of these functions. And it seems like, generally speaking, you're talking about the same timeline. What I do hear from you, Ms. Hateman, is that there are some specialized functions within DCPS, which totally makes sense given the complexity of the school system, that may make that process a little harder. I do have some quick follow-ups here, but that is my time. Thank you.
And as you close, I think, Councilman Parker, the institutional knowledge in the context where we have staff who have a deep knowledge of school operations and functions, I think is extremely helpful.
So that's what I was
meeting those timelines.
Chair Nadeau, can I have 2 extra minutes? And then I promise I'm gonna give it back.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So I wanted to go there. That was going to be my follow-up question. So I'm just looking here, the need for services and the review process seems like 2 areas where someone within DCPS would need to know, does this school actually need this type of smart board. Maybe that's a bad example, or this curriculum. But can you just talk, where in the process do you think that specialized insight into what's good for kids or what is working within the school system is necessary?
Yeah, so I think there's certainly a lot of school level and smaller contracts. I know the overarching concern is around the $1 million contracts that are out of compliance, as it should be. But I don't want us to lose sight that there are thousands of other contracts that we execute on annually that may be under $1,000. And it could be tutorials, professional learning services. It could be equipment, goods.
But where in the process does one need that expertise? Is it the need for services where, okay, I'm a school leader and I say, Dr. Farabee, I want to train my team on this system. Who's giving the green light in that process?
All right, so once a school initiates the need for services or good, then our central services contract team supports that and execute on it. They must have knowledge of those operations and functions to ensure that what we are procuring is all in alignment with what is expected and also what is of law. And I also think it's important to note that DCPS also operates in several federal funding streams. So you have Title I funding, you have federal special education funding, and there are allowable frameworks in how those dollars can be spent or managed. Another great example would be early childhood education for our 3-year-olds and our 4-year-olds. Head Start is another federal funding stream. And so the uniqueness of those streams and services and regulations, someone has to have very detailed knowledge of those functions and to ensure that we are procuring appropriately. Then we've talked a little bit about food service, which is another unique service that DCPS provide, in addition to some of the other central-wide services such as security. And so I think those are and you got to keep in mind that in terms of Title I, like almost every school in DCPS receives Title I dollars.
Yeah, no, I think you're making a compelling point, if I'm being transparent, that I do think there are a large number of procurements that DCPS is issuing that it would likely take someone with some expertise to sign off on that. That point is well taken. What I'm not sure of, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, Chairwoman Nadeau, is could there be a hybrid approach between OCP and DCPS to still get that done? But to your point, I would certainly acknowledge that it would make me uncomfortable if someone without insight into schools and children and learning were just simply checking a box and approving things without DCPS having a say in some degree into some of that. So
the fiscal year and the school year are also very different in terms of when we need to execute on contracts. But thank you for recognizing that.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Chairwoman Nadeau.
Thanks, Councilmember. Thanks for joining us. All right, Chancellor, in your February 8th letter to the chairman's office, you wrote that the context for the pandemic is an important backdrop to this conversation. You said a major challenge at that time was a shortage of staff. My office received information that the DCPS Contracts and Acquisition Division has been short-staffed pre-pandemic. There has consistently been 3 to 4 senior contract specialists, which handle purchases above $100,000, and roughly 4 mid-level specialists, which handle small purchases. It seems like the office was not having any issues following basic procedure, even though it was short-staffed at that time. Back then, I say this because the 36 retroactive contracts are majority pandemic era contracts. So what's your observation there?
And so I think the urgency in which we needed to move compounded with turnover. And so I think it's one thing to have vacancies, but then the volume of vacancies over a short period of time, and then also key leader meetings. And, I think there are a wide range of challenges, obviously, during that time where, DCPS transitioned to a remote status and transitioned back to in-person. There was a vaccine requirement. I mean, the list goes on of all the different moving parts during that time period and the trauma of that time period that really created a lot of strain on all of our functions and operations for that matter. But particularly here, I believe as we were moving to reopen school and to provide critical services throughout the pandemic, we were learning remotely. There was, I guess, a clear indication, I would say, that the continuity of services was prioritized. And I think two things can be true, it should be true, and it's my expectation that they are true, is that we also are able to deliver on continuity of services and be compliant with the review process. And that didn't happen. And my role in this process has been to ensure that that doesn't happen going forward and strengthen our controls and processes, but also hold individuals accountable that may have contributed to that directly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to discuss personnel changes a little bit more in depth. So DCPS took disciplinary action against some of its employees, right?
That is correct.
How many?
But again, I think it's important that that process is not complete. And we continue to investigate what went wrong and what contributed to the failures.
Okay, so thus far, how many
Thus far, how many
employees have you taken disciplinary action against?
I would have to consult with our legal team in terms of exact numbers, because that continues to be a moving target in the process. But we are continuing to investigate and host interviews with individuals and look at data and information that would be associated with the process.
How many of them have been terminated?
Again, I don't know that I have a specific number to share on termination at this point, but again, we have executed on discipline. And as I shared, that there are a number of individuals that are no longer with us or no longer in their roles. And I'm happy to have our general counsel team follow up in writing on where we are in the discipline process. I think that would be the most appropriate.
Okay, what are some of the positions held by people that you're reviewing?
We are reviewing all levels. So, as I mentioned earlier, the contract procurement team is a team of 21, and we're reviewing all levels of the work under that team and leadership that supports that team as well.
What are some of the consequences faced by people that you've found issues with?
Again, I think it's an incomplete process, so I don't know if it's helpful for me to share all those details at this point, but it's continuing to be ongoing. And I think for the council and the public to understand that I something that I take serious and will act accordingly with our discipline standards.
Sure, but just as an example, so the public can understand how you take it seriously. Like what would be some of the consequences for someone that you found did not follow procedure?
It would be up to termination. I think there are a number of different disciplinary actions, but it would also include separation.
And when is the review process going to be complete?
So we anticipate the process being complete this summer, and then the PAR review process is also scheduled to be complete over the summer as well. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, a reporting timeline has been set for September or in that area.
Thank you. Right now, Levita Hilton is both the Chief Procurement Officer and the Deputy Procurement Officer. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion around like the titles and roles. And so she is the Deputy Chief, and the deputy chief of that division serves as the procurement officer.
So there is no chief procurement officer?
There is no chief procurement officer in our current structure.
So there is not going to be one. You are going to have, this will be, the person over that would then be Patrick Ashley.
Correct. So Patrick Ashley will be responsible for this division and also our business and finance division.
Okay. Who is currently responsible for oversight of the procurement process at the agency?
So the position was our, I believe it's called the chief of ORS. I believe that was the title. But there was a chief that the deputy chief reported to.
A chief of what was that?
I believe it's resource strategy, ORS, Office of Resource Strategy.
Is that Sharon Gaskins?
That was Sharon Gaskins, correct?
Oh, she's no longer there?
She would be no longer leading that division. We restructured that division, as I mentioned earlier.
What is her role now?
That's still under review.
Okay, so then who now currently has the final word on contracting decisions at DCPS?
Dr. Mistera supports Levita Hilton until Patrick Ashley starts in the role on June 12th.
And who had the final word before this time?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your line of question when you say final word.
Oh, well, I had just asked who has the final word on contracting decisions at DCPS. You said that was Dr. Mistera until Patrick Ashley starts. Before, was it Sharon Gaskins?
No, all of the work was led by the procurement officer, which is the deputy chief position that I mentioned earlier.
Got it. But now it'll be Patrick Ashley.
That is correct. And Patrick Ashley will be a direct report to me.
And do you trust the decisions the deputy has made?
Which deputy? What are you referring to? The deputy chief of procurement?
Yes.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that there was a clear indication of maintaining continuity of services, critical services. But I also believe that there could also be services maintained and compliance with the review process, which clearly didn't happen, and continue to investigate why that didn't happen. And I think, you know, there's certainly, as I mentioned earlier, some indication that we were impacted heavily by the challenges of the moment and pandemic. I also believe when we think about the entire scope of contracts of the 36 that we've been discussing today, that at least 10 of those were executed at the time under an emergency order that was being implemented throughout the height of the pandemic. So I believe, again, during that time period, there were changes in behaviors and actions, and continue to review exactly what happened and why as a part of our investigation.
And Is Levita Hilton herself being investigated?
Again, all aspects of the division and leadership are being reviewed and are under investigation as a part of our process.
Okay, I'd like to discuss the testimony we heard earlier from Ms. Zara Hashmi. Were you aware this employee was put on administrative leave and had disciplinary action taken against her?
I'm aware that there are disciplinary actions that have been executed upon and processed for members of that team, but I've not been briefed on the details of this particular employee.
Did you know that Trevor Thomas resigned from his position after he corroborated Levita Hilton's story that he heard Ms. Hashmi say over the phone to Levita Hilton that Aussie delayed the specification review?
I'm not familiar with the details of that, but I do know that there were different facts that we determined from our investigation process that were different from what was shared this morning.
Chancellor, Ms. Hashmi, an employee with less authority and responsibility, is being punished for an allegation based on hearsay. What's your response to that?
I think the facts, again, that we have and what was shared this morning are not in alignment. But it's also important to note, as I shared earlier, the process of investigation is still ongoing. So we will continue to review all aspects of the division to determine our next course of action to relate to any forms of discipline.
Okay. So it's my understanding that the city's chief financial officer has been unlawfully paying vendors for unauthorized contracts. So I want to get into that. And we've talked about this a little bit today. I think we've gone over the internal control framework for paying out vendors, but it does seem like we don't have a fail-safe for ensuring that every step of the law is followed. Would you agree with that?
I would have to defer to Director Hateman and OCFO on, some of the fail-safes outside of DCPS scope of work. But as I shared earlier, DCPS has taken corrective actions and will continue to do so as a part of our improvement process and also a part of our review. But in terms of, what happens once a contract or a package leaves DCPS, I don't believe I'm the best person to speak to those details.
Okay, well, what is the internal control framework for paying out vendors?
So it had been, there was a review process that went from the specialist that was assigned to a particular contract or purchase order, and then that would go to a director and ultimately to the deputy chief that oversees that division.
But that's different than the deputy chief of procurement?
Yeah, when I say deputy chief, I'm referring to the deputy chief of procurement.
Oh, okay. Oh, that division, you mean?
I think we're mixing title a little bit, but the deputy chief is our procurement officer for DCPS.
Understood. Maybe we should review titles as you do your full review so that council's less confused. All right, so I'm gonna make sure that I'm not being redundant here because I know we've been through a lot of this already today. Chancellor, what oversight do you have of your upper management to make sure they're following the procedure on contracting?
Yeah, so I rely on the team that we've been discussing today, the team of the 21 that was supervised by our resource strategy officer and relied on her leadership as well. As I shared early in my testimony, and throughout the questions and answers today, there's a significant need to modify that structure. So I have a closer line of sight into all of our contracting and procurement work, which would include the restructuring that I mentioned earlier with the individual who has been assigned to that work reporting directly to me.
In your testimony, you noted it's critical that DCPS retains its independent contracting authority because it's unique contracting requirements. What's unique about DCPS's contracting requirements?
Yeah, again, I think this is a great question that hopefully I was able to clarify with Councilmember Parker, is that there are funding streams that are very unique to DCPS and the federal dollars that DCPS utilize to support our schools, students, and families. I also think that the difference in the fiscal year and school year is very significant in terms of when goods and services need to be provided and delivered. As we start school in August, ensure that we're prepared for the school year and the months before the fiscal year begins. And then I think that the knowledge of school operations, whether that be food service, whether that be tutoring, after school programming, all the different services we provide, the knowledge of that is also critical to ensure that contracts are executed on. And then I think there's the volume and DCPS history with the ability to handle that volume in the most efficient way that services were provided. And also DCPS was in compliance with the law.
What is DCPS's solicitation process for the 2023-24 school year?
Just in general, or are you referencing a specific contract?
In general.
In general. So we have started a much more rigorous acquisition planning process to ensure that we have an understanding of all the needs for goods and services, and to ensure that there's a well run runway to ensure that procurements are delivered upon on time for the upcoming school year, whether it be contracts that are above or below 100, and then also those contracts at or above $1 million. But let me turn to Dr. Mistero to see if there's any additional context that needs to be elevated in terms of where we are with solicitation.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. I think you touched on the right points. We're in the process of ensuring that we have our solicitations, the solicitations needed for the upcoming school year lined up, and that we are going to ensure timeliness, accounting also for the steps for council package review. So as the Chancellor noted earlier in our discussion, we have a new acquisition planning tool that calculates the timelines needed and back maps to what needs to happen by when. And we follow the PPRA, all of the requirements of the law in terms of what the competitive solicitations need to include and what the process steps are. And also to the Chancellor's point earlier, we have just done a full retraining of staff and executive leadership with the support of OCP to make sure everybody is clear on the requirements of the PPRA.
Thank you. Director Hateman, what contracts has DCPS flagged for OCP to review? And what have you found in your review?
Well, I've been working with DCPS on the contracts that so far have been submitted to the council, and I am reviewing those packages along with other people in the process, such as OAG and the EOM team. So that's primarily where I've been personally involved in the packages. And I also have been providing some of the training and some of the guidance the acquisition tool. So those are the kinds of support that we've been providing. We also have been providing 2 senior contracting officers full-time and 1 part-time to to DCPS, and they are involved more in the day-to-day process of DCPS. I'm sorry, I'm used to saying OCP, that of DCPS in terms of keeping the ongoing contracts in sight and also doing the planning for the upcoming fiscal year. So those 2 senior contracting officers are really the ones probably more involved in the regular contracting at this time.
Now, when you have contracting authority with an agency, how many senior contract officers are dedicated to that agency?
It depends on the workload, and I don't have a specific metric to say, but we have some agencies just have 1 contracting officer. For example, since DDOT was raised earlier in the day, we have probably 1 senior, 2, 3, 4, 5 senior level contracting officers, including the head of that unit. And then there's other people in the agency, in the OCP procurement office, that have some lesser delegations. So it can really vary based on the workload.
Yeah. And how does that team interact with the internal employees that are working on contracting?
Are you referring to the DDOT team?
We could use DDOT as an example.
Okay, well, and I guess I will say this, it's really our expectation with any team that when they are located, DDOT team is co-located with the agency. So they are right there. And the idea is that the senior leader of the DDOT procurement team, our OCP procurement team, would have regular interaction with the DDOT leadership team as well. And then the staff would have the interaction with the various programs that they support.
And how is that different from what you're doing with DCPS now?
Well, right now, the procurement team at DCPS is not an OCP procurement team. It is a DCPS procurement team that OCP is temporarily supplementing to help through this immediate situation. So that is one difference. It's not an OCP procurement team.
Sure, but operationally, how is it different?
Operationally, we're the people that are temporarily detailed to DCPS are working with the title Deputy Chief Procurement Officer and Dr. Mistera and performing functions as they request. So Dr. Mistera may have more insight into what they're actually doing, but they're not completely embedded to replace DCPS staff. They're there to help support the functions.
You mentioned that you've been reviewing contracts that have been submitted to council. Since when?
Oh, just since the last 2 months of the contracts specifically that we've been talking about for DCPS.
And what have you found in your review?
Well, I think we found what everybody else realizes, that the contracts were not submitted on time. And in the case of Milestone, for example, that the contracts were not, there was a difficulty locating some of the documents. I think the Chancellor has already mentioned that there is the understanding that of the document management system needs to be more robust. And so I've found basically many of the same, I concur with the things that the Chancellor has said to support the acquisition planning process, the document management. We've worked on the training. So these are all things that we've worked on together.
Wouldn't there be some economies if DCPS needs a more robust document management system? Wouldn't there be some economies of being part of OCP's system?
Well, and actually, we've been talking about that. I believe earlier testimony has been that DCPS is going to, we're going to work to implement the contracts module of PASS. Just so you know, PASS actually consists of 3 modules. And so DCPS already has the buyer module. And so what we're looking at is implementing the contracts module in the next phase of implementation for DCPS. And that is where we in OCP store all our contract documents, the supporting documentation, and then DCPS would be able to do the same thing. So we are working with them on that now.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually don't need to be under OCP in order to do that. We offer the the PASS modules to other agencies in the district.
When was the last time OCP had provided DCPS with procurement best practices training before this situation was uncovered?
Well, DCPS has been able to avail themselves of the training that we have. I know that some of the team there has participated in our tier certification training. So that's always available to any district government procurement personnel. And then we do have a best practices committee that meets on intervals that maybe quarterly or more. And also, as we implement templates and updates on legislation and regulations, those are shared with DCPS among other agencies that may be independent from OCP, but still follow the PPRA.
So the certification training is always available. Is that like an online module?
It is not right now. It's mostly in person, but it is about it occurs at different times because we have tier 1, which is for a certain period of time, and then tier 2. So it is in person, but it can also be done virtually, but it's not online per se.
And when was the last time DCPS had participated in one of those trainings?
I don't have that specific information in front of me.
Okay, I would urge you to make that part of the review that you all are doing.
Okay.
And then when had DCPS last participated in that best practices meeting?
I would have to check the records.
Similarly, if you
Okay,
could make that part of your review.
sure.
I believe the chairman had already asked when the last time OCP had procurement authority over DCPS and had some follow-ups for you on that.
Well, he did ask about that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When was the last time OCP reabsorbed the procurement authority of an agency that had its own independent procurement authority?
I would say that the last one might have been the Department of Behavioral Health, which occurred, I think, around 2015, well, maybe just a year or two after that. And so around 2015, 2016, we had a couple different things going on. One was Department of Behavioral Health had a statutory exemption as long as they were under the court order. So that expired and they came under us. Around 2016, we also had the delegated procurement authority model where agencies that had their own separate little procurement offices then became under OCP, but the staff reported to us on procurement things, but they may have remained co-located with the agency.
And what was the process like for DBH?
I think that I think that they were trained by us. They got the templates and documents that we needed. So they were already following many of the rules and requirements. So it was relatively straightforward. The first year, there were probably some adjustments because people are used to using their own policies, procedures, and forms, but it was nothing that was catastrophic.
Any challenges?
Yeah, I think well, there's always people don't like change. And I think that you have to look at, is the change for the good or not? And in the case of DBH, what they were doing was aligning with so much of what OCP already did, because we already had Department of Health, we have healthcare finance, we had human services, and their functions really aligned very much with what we did. So, and that's why I think it was so seamless versus I know that we've talked earlier today about educational functions and how they are different from the general things that we're doing and also the timelines that they have for the fiscal year.
Can you talk about the challenges of bringing on new procurement activity and what steps the agency has to take to get up to speed?
Well, some of it depends on what the agency has been doing before they become part of OCP. So if the agency has not really been that much in tune with OCP, they're going to have a few more challenges. But one of the challenges is that that we've noticed is the program people are used to dealing with who they're used to dealing with, and they want to deal with people who understand what it is they're buying or getting. So they get very frustrated when they're dealing with procurement people who may be new to the agency, maybe new processes, and they don't feel like they're being supported in the way they should be supported. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges. I would say that in some cases for us, bringing new people on, there's always the funding issue. And by that, I mean, sometimes the money's not in our budget right away. Sometimes for reasons related to federal grant funding, we actually can't put the funding in OCP's staff. We have to do MOUs, memorandum of understanding, with other agencies. And in the case of DCPS, which is a little different, I believe they're on a different pay scale and different personnel system than we are on. So I think there would be some issues there that would make it different.
What would it take to bring DCPS over to OCP?
Well, I will talk about that generally because I don't have a workload analysis of all the workload they have, but in general, there's certain steps about just if they were to be brought over, it's obviously getting the procurement personnel, making sure that they have access to all our information, the processes, the templates, that they are participating in the training. But we think of this as just a matter for procurement personnel. But it's not just the contracting officers and the contract specialists. There would also be a lot of work with what I will call the requisitioners who are ordering on behalf of the schools. There's also a lot of work with the program agencies. And in this case, it would be with the various people in the schools to understand what they have to do, and getting us and the school's personnel even sort of talking the same language in terms of understanding the educational terminology, understanding the priorities. So there would be that as well. We are working with DCPS on the contracts module, so that would apply no matter what. But then there's other functions that OCP would have that would probably have to increase as well. For example, our training probably would increase a lot, because we do training of statements of work and various things that we train the programs on. So right now, our Procurement Training Institute is staffed not to, for what we are currently doing, not to train program personnel at 117 additional schools. And also we have then things like our Office of Procurement Integrity and Compliance. There would have to be additional transition in staffing in order to be able to undertake reviewing compliance within DCPS procurements as well. So I say all this to say it's not just strictly the number of contract specialists or contract officers, but there's a lot of support functions, wraparound services that go along with this too.
Thank you. What is the OCP Procurement Accountability and Review Board?
Well, actually, I'm going to say this is the Mayor's Procurement and Accountability Review Board. It is a board that Mayor Bowser established when she became mayor in her first term. The members of the board consist of the mayor, the city administrator, and the chief procurement officer. And when there are contracts that are considered retroactive approvals, not tipping contracts, but the actual retroactive approvals, the board, the Procurement Accountability Board, reviews each of those actions. The director of the agency involved, along with one other person, will come and explain the scenario to the mayor and the other members of the board, and there will be discussions of root causes and corrective actions. And the Procurement Accountability Board was established by mayor's order. And within that also, it looks at recent decisions of the Contract Appeals Board, where the district was unsuccessful in defending a protest. And it also looks at audit findings. And the idea is to look at what are the causes of things and what can be done to ensure that these things do not occur again.
I'm sorry, could you say one more time who the members are?
Sure, it's the mayor, the city administrator, and the chief procurement officer.
And it's mainly a retrospective.
Well, it's a retrospective, yes, and looking at how to go forward and make any changes or improvements that are indicated by the.
But it does not make any decisions about pending contract.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for you all today. Thank you very much for your testimony. For those members of the public who've not yet submitted written testimony and wish to do so, please email it to publicworks@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on June 1st, 2023. And the time is now 2:31 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.